never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Set to roll. Ready or not, here we go. Welcome aboard. Jump right on in here. You got a full 5 hours coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker, Cincinnati, Ohio. That's our home base. We've got your weather covered around the country, wherever your travels may be taking you tonight. And it's beginning to get ugly. oh boy, I'm looking at weather watches, warnings, advisories. I mean, the entire western half of the country is under some sort of advisory, from winter storm warnings to, yes, blizzard warnings are now in place, stretching from eastern Montana, northwestern South Dakota, much of North Dakota. Winter storm warnings through much of Montana, on down into parts of Wyoming, Colorado. High wind watches, high wind warnings stretching from Southern California all the way over into Texas. And a little bit of everything in between. And at the same time, we've got severe weather beginning to come together. We've actually seen several tornado warnings in the past couple of hours. And that's only going to be continuing to increase through the upcoming day. Real quick like here, the current warning is southeastern Oklahoma. Strong low-level rotation with this storm that located near Snow, Oklahoma. So forecast there is potentially a tornado and golf ball size hail. We'll have a lot to cover. Let's start on our wintry side of the storm. We're not seeing a whole lot of snow just yet, but that's also going to be increasing as this storm has now come ashore and it's going to be intensifying over the next several days, leading to a multi-day severe weather outbreak in the south central and southeastern states. And incredible amounts of snow. This is going to be what they call a blockbuster storm. One for the record books is what they're alluding to for the month of April. A lot of concern about the livestock, the calves that may be literally buried in snow. How are the ranchers preparing to protect their livestock with this particular storm? As I look at the current radar scene, though, we'll zoom in out into parts of Utah. Salt Lake City, you're seeing some pretty decent snow beginning to fall there already. From Salt Lake City down to Provo to the south to Ogden and Logan, Utah to the north, and on back further areas to the east. Right along I-80, not a fun night to be traveling. And things are just, again, going to be going downhill from here. Have another area of snow that's already underway in parts of Wyoming. East of Jackson, over toward Riverton, Wyoming. Not much happening over in Casper just yet, but things are going to fill in on the radar. Some light snow from Billings to Roundup, Montana, all the way back to Missoula, Montana. There are areas where snow is not falling yet, but so you'll be kind of in and out of snow showers. But once again, that's all going to begin filling in as we roll into a Tuesday. Welcome aboard. OvernightDriveRadio.com. On the web, on your smartphone, your iPhone, your Android. TNCRadio.live as well on the web, on your smartphone. Good to have you with us. All right, winter. Well, winter ended several weeks ago, but yes, we've got blizzard warnings that are now in effect. For parts of 3 states across the northern plain, forecasters warn us, here's the quote, a storm of the century could unfold this week. I mean, can we be a little more dramatic about this? Elsewhere, winter storm warnings and watches dotting the weather maps across the northern tier of the U.S. as this storm, which came ashore in the Pacific Northwest, is going to track, as expected, eastward. We have already seen snow in Portland this past day. First time the city has ever recorded measurable snowfall in the month of April. Now, as of Monday morning, we had about an inch of snow that had officially fallen at the Portland International Airport. That actually set an April record. Records go back to 1940. According to the National Weather Service, interestingly, Liz, the snow on Monday, not even close to the latest snowfall ever recorded in Portland. The city got snow in May back in 1953. That was May the 8th when a half an inch was measured there. Since last week, though, forecasters have been monitoring the potential for this big storm impacting the Northwest through the northern plains, where it's going to strengthen quickly. Widespread gusty winds, blizzard conditions, And yes, substantial snow totals there through the northern plains. There is the potential this system could bring record snow for the month of April to cities like Bismarck and Grand Forks in North Dakota. The combination of high winds, snow is going to be shutting down roads and interstates. Snow drifts, according to the National Weather Service, may reach 20 feet in some areas. Now, the storm's going to move eastward from the Rockies into the center of the country during our program tonight, Monday night into Tuesday. That's when we begin to see the clash of the air masses, the warm, humid air, which has been surging out of the Gulf of Mexico through the eastern reaches of the country. That's going to serve as the moisture source for this storm. Meanwhile, the big southward dip in the jet stream, allowing cold Canadian air to filter into the southwestern states, the Rockies, as well as the northern plains, setting the stage for a more robust amount of snow as this week progresses. On the northwest side of the storm, heavy accumulating snow begins overnight, then continues through the day Tuesday, especially for the northern plains into the Canadian prairies. Areas in the northern plains, the high terrain of the Rockies, may pick up 1 to 2 feet of snow, and we expect strong blizzard conditions later Tuesday, lasting through early Thursday. Now, this storm is going to bring snowfall to an expansive swath of the nation, stretching from Idaho and Utah across western Nebraska to the arrowhead of Minnesota. By the time all is said and done, those places that don't get the heaviest accumulating totals will even pick up a few inches. Now, in the hardest hit areas, you need to plan. This is what they've been advising. If you haven't already prepared, it may be getting too late. You need to plan to be self-sufficient for several days. You should have stocked up on water, food supplies. It may take considerable time to clear the roadways from the snowfall. Then, of course, the blowing and drifting. Power outages may occur as well, adding more challenges to folks in those areas. Grand Forks, North Dakota, the snowiest April ever on record was 1970, when 17 inches of snow fell. That was in the month of April. This storm may surpass that with just this single storm. While the specific track of this system may shift, confidence continues to increase. Blizzard conditions will occur from the front range of the northern Rockies, northeastward through the Dakotas, into northwestern Minnesota. Heavy snow, snowfall rates of 2 inches per hour may impact the Dakotas by the time we get to Wednesday, as this storm is going to rapidly deepen, intensify. This alone could lead to serious difficulty for road crews to keep the routes clear. Of course, there is the potential for major state routes and even interstates like I-94 and I-90 to be closed for extended periods of time. There's a lot of freight that's going to be coming to a halt for several days this week. Havoc on the supply chain, right? In addition to the heavy snow, the strong storm will lead to increasingly gusty northerly winds. Of course, the presence of such heavy snow will reduce reduced visibility, significant drifting, increasing the impacts on the region. This snow is going to be stickier than usual, they point out, referring to the consistency of the snow that falls on the northern plains in the months of January and February. Typically, you'd have the colder temperatures, that light, fluffy kind of snow. Yeah, you're going to have comparatively higher temperatures with this storm. That's going to make the snow's going to stick to everything. Added weight to power poles, trees, and obviously with the strong winds, that extra weight's going to make these objects more susceptible to breaking. Remember the blizzard of 1997 that pummeled parts of North Dakota? Saw up to 20 inches of snow, but power was out for thousands of people. Travel was all but impossible for several days. Motorists are highly encouraged, stay clear of these routes, avoid driving at all costs, as getting stranded in the heavy snow and near zero visibility is a possibility. This could be a life-threatening situation. Now, forecasters are calling for the temperature to top out at 26 degrees in Bismarck, dipping down to about 21 degrees during the overnight hours there into Wednesday. Now, the wind added in, it's going to make it feel about, well, in the teens. You may see wind chills down below zero during the overnight hours. It's going to feel especially brutal. I mean, the temperature was 64 degrees there on Saturday. And the last time the high temperature didn't reach at least 50 was on April the 3rd, when you topped out at about 40 degrees. You can anticipate similar conditions in Grand Forks, North Dakota, as wind chills are expected to remain at least above zero there, but bitterly cold. And yes, as I mentioned, this time of year is particularly sensitive for the cattle ranchers in the northern plains. Calving season is underway. Any significant snow can pose a serious threat to the lives of the young cattle if they become buried for an extended amount of time. The blizzard of 97 killed an estimated 100,000 cattle there in North Dakota. At the same time, the snow's flying and the cold winds are howling over the northern plains. The other side of the storm is going to be a significant outbreak of severe weather that's going to be ramping up further to the south and east over the plains into the Mississippi Valley. The storm's expected to lose strength probably later on Thursday. So by that point in time, we'll see improving conditions, but we've got a long way to go between now and then as we just begin to flip the page on the calendar from Monday into a Tuesday, 12th day of April coming on here. All right, so we'll get more into our major severe weather, widespread, dangerous severe weather for the midsection of the country right on through midweek, impacting tens of millions of people in nearly 24 states, stretching from the Gulf Coast all the way to the Great Lakes in the days leading up to Easter. Now, AccuWeather forecasters said by the middle of this week, we'll see a multi-day severe weather outbreak as storms are already beginning to fire over parts of the south central USA even this past day. And some of those stronger storms continue at this hour. We do indeed have tornado watches in place back into parts of Oklahoma, on over into Arkansas, much of central and south central Arkansas. And severe thunderstorm watches extending all the way over into northwestern Mississippi. Some strong storms moving through that region at this hour, producing some severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, like I said, it's going to be a crazy couple of days coming up here, thanks to Mother Nature, as far as travel is concerned out there. Hello to the 15 car out of the box here. Checking us out on YouTube this morning. Morning, Steve. We've got 68 degrees. It's a beautiful night in Charlotte tonight. Dion, morning, Steve. It's the Ice Cream Man running the West Coast tonight. Hello, Ice Cream Man. Larry's on board. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there. Morning from Central Florida. 70 degrees from Richard. Hello to Steve and all the crew out there. High Pressure Pumping is with us. Bama checking in from Bluntsville, Alabama. It's kind of a cool 59 degrees. I'm watching the weather in Arkansas because I'll be headed to Batesville tonight. So, yeah, we'll try to keep an eye on your weather there. Bama, be safe. And everyone else the same. Hello to Joe. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Finally, a nice spring-like night here in Winchester, Virginia with 59 degrees. Zorro, I'm about ready to book a one-way trip to Mars. Are they still booking those? You know, Zorro, I think they are still looking for volunteers, but you just want to get out of here, huh? Hello to Terry, backed in the dock for a morning delivery in Vancouver, British Columbia. Then it's on to Laredo, Texas, once empty. Everybody be safe out there. Copy the mail. Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, we've got 62 degrees in Woodward, Oklahoma. I'm officially back out cow trucking. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Northwest Passage tonight. There's Lower, Slower Delaware here, a.k.a. LSD. Morning, Steve, the crew, and all the insomniacs out there. Hello to the Michigan Madman. Good to have you with us. There's Crazy Ray. Another great morning to be checking in for the best 5 hours on radio. 51 degrees at this hour in West Michigan. Good morning, Roy. Good morning, Tom. Hello, driver. Top of the morning from Santa Claus, 38 degrees here on base at Joint Base Lewis McChord. I went through a hell of a snowstorm this morning in southern Washington. I'm going to be hanging out in the Pacific Northwest for a few days. Santa Claus out. Glad you pulled through safely there, Santa Claus. Hello to Pappy. We've got 57 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. What's up with the app, Steve? I can't open the app. Is it on my end? I'm not aware of anything. Honestly, that's the first I've seen. I do know something went kind of screwy with my email this past day. Somewhere about 3:30 in the afternoon, I stopped receiving emails. And of course, when I come in to do my evening show prep, of course, I do a lot of copy and paste, send myself emails and delete all the pictures and all the unnecessary stuff, then print them out here for the program. I don't know what the deal is. I am receiving email via the smartphone, but I'll have to get a hold of the headquarters there. I think it may have something to do with the servers there at LSI. I can't be certain. But if I can find anything more out about the app, somebody let me know. Anybody else having difficulties on the app? You can't let me know by email. But I do. I am getting the chat from Facebook and YouTube here. Speaking of which, our number is 844-844-3388. There's Jim. Morning, Steve, from Chattanooga, Tennessee. 58 degrees here right now. Hello to Deborah. Morning, Steve. It was a gloomy day, but a little warmer here in the Hoosier State. Hoping everybody, including my favorite driver, stays safe out there tonight. All right, Dipsy Driver. Hey, what's going on? Morning, Steve, and all the little rascals out there. Sorry, Jolly Green. Cartoon characters does sound better, doesn't it? Beautiful day today. Storms and windy in mid-Michigan for the next few days. Why so windy? Hello to the West Virginia Wild Man checking in. Let's see, Fremont, Ohio this morning. 49 degrees, some light rain here. Wishing everybody a blessed day. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, where it's 59 degrees. It was a beautiful day as well. A couple of sprinkles. Had to get a random drug test and alcohol test. Joy, joy. I saw today that they're trying to gather DNA samples to try and identify some people from that I-81 wreck in Pennsylvania. So sad. Can someone please explain to me who the 45% of the people out there are that think this puppet's doing a good job? Besides those who are maybe getting a free ride and others I have no good PG-rated descriptions of. Anyway, everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. All right, who else? Oh, there's the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Hello to the 3-time meat champion meat hauler. And a Hall of Fame shout out to Malibu Lauren there. All right, Chevy Guy, copy in the mail. Tank is with us from Arizona this morning. We've got windy 63 degrees here tonight. We're headed west toward Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. All right, there you go. We'll get to a couple others here. Several people did respond. So Robert says the app's working. Joe said the app's working fine. Must be on Pappy's end. All right, Horse Feathers. App is working on the Android. All right, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Again, our number, 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourBP.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, we'll get to some of our industry headlines, see what's going on out there. Of course, as we're underway on a Tuesday, it's your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Yeah, with TNCRadio.live and Hotshot Secret. Just listen in for the keywords. We'll have 2 keywords over the course of the program here this morning between now and 5 a.m. When we share the keyword, go to tncradio.live on the web, or you can use the app. Enter that keyword and you're registered. So keyword number 1 coming up next hour. Hang on for that. Let's jump over to our severe weather side of the storm system we've been talking about here. This is set to produce a widespread, dangerous outbreak through the middle of this week. The unfolding severe weather will likely pose a significant threat to lives and property. Obviously, disruptions in travel and shipping over the central states. For those who live in or are going to be traveling through the region, closely monitor the forecast, stay alert for the latest watches, warnings, and advisories. These storms are going to impact some of the same areas that have already been hammered by tornadoes and high winds on a weekly basis for about the last month. This severe weather threat will extend over a 1,000-mile-long zone stretching from the Gulf Coast all the way northward into the Great Lakes. Severe storms are going to target some of the same areas each day through Wednesday, increasing the risk of flooding. The severe weather threat, tornadoes extending from parts of the northeastern Texas to southeastern Missouri. We'll get southern Illinois, western Kentucky, Arkansas into the mix, maybe even overnight tonight. And some of these storms will have the potential to produce damaging hail. We've seen reports already of ping pong ball size hail in some of these cells in southeast Oklahoma through parts of northern Arkansas. Things really ramp up later today. An explosion of severe weather is anticipated from later Tuesday afternoon to Tuesday night. Eastern Texas, much of Louisiana, northward all the way into southern Minnesota, and parts of southwestern Wisconsin. Now, violent thunderstorms are most likely to develop over 2 parts of the central states today. One area where the thunderstorms are likely to focus will be over the Central Plains. That'll be in conjunction with the main storm emerging from the Rockies. There will be a second contracted area of thunderstorms across the Southern Plains. that would be associated with the wind energy from the jet stream. So we start with the northern higher risk zone that's going to include western and central Iowa, southeastern Nebraska, northeastern Kansas, and northwest Missouri. The southern primary threat will include northeast Texas, southeast Oklahoma, and maybe parts of southwest Arkansas and northwest Louisiana, two distinct areas of violent storms. These two pockets of land may represent where the most violent thunderstorms and multiple tornadoes are likely. The risk for severe, strong, what they call long-lived tornadoes, those that drop down and may be on the ground for miles, will be existing today. Now, severe weather may be a bit less concentrated, but still impactful in between those two distinct areas. The threat of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes may continue through the nighttime hours Tuesday, adding to the danger. By the time we get to Wednesday, that expansive zone of severe storms begins to push east, extending from northeast Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas, all the way to Wisconsin, southeast Minnesota, and southern Michigan. Tornadoes will remain a high concern on Wednesday and Wednesday evening, with the continued potential for these tornadoes to be strong and on the ground for an extended period of time. But looking at all facets of severe weather, even outside of a tornado, winds could be approaching 80 miles per hour. We could see some extensive property damage, hail maybe reaching the size of golf balls, perhaps even the size of baseballs. Wow, in this particular setup. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The mayor of Mariupol says more than 10,000 residents have been killed, and it's possible that the death toll is more than 20,000. Vadim Boyzhenko, talking to the Associated Press, says his hard-hit Ukrainian port city has bodies, quote, carpeted through the streets. Mariupol has suffered some of the most brutal attacks in the Russian invasion that began in late February. Boyzhenko alleges that Russians brought mobile cremation equipment. All signs now pointing to the Kremlin planning an offensive in eastern Ukraine, but there are signs of resistance.
British intelligence is reporting Monday Ukrainian troops have pushed back several Russian assaults in the country's east, the focus of a new offensive by Russian invaders and their new commander, nicknamed the Butcher of Syria. President Zelensky said this week will be crucial to the course of the war. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got the phone lines open at 844-844-3388. I did get a message. Let me see here. Like I said, email's not so bizarre. Email's not coming through on my computer, but I can actually get email through the smartphone. But if I even try to send myself an email, it doesn't go through. I did get the message, though, from Tom there at tncradio.live in light of what we've been talking about, the severe weather. Morning from TNC Radio and our Houston studio. Now, obviously, due to the severe weather threat, normal morning programming Tuesday will be suspended on tncradio.live. Tom will be on with TNC immediately following our program, the Overnight Drive. Get the latest news, travel, weather, and traffic info, and the rest of the morning crew will be joining in as the morning progresses. Now, for drivers who are out there in the midst of the severe weather, they're asking, requesting, and encouraging drivers to call in, give you some live reports, which, of course, we can use that as well here through the overnight hours. You can actually, when you're on the tncradio.live app, you can it's one button. You can push one button for access to tncradio.live. And if you're on TNC Radio, matter of fact, that one push button actually works to call our program here through the overnight hours. All right, so there you go. On to the industry headlines. The Far International Bridge. It did not open this past day. Truckers blocking access in protest of some new cross-border inspection rules there. This is, drivers in Mexico, they tell us, actually blocked access to the bridge from Reynosa, Mexico into Texas this past morning, prompting officers to close the southbound lanes from Texas into Reynosa. Although the bridge typically opens at 6 a.m. on Mondays, this protest actually forced traffic to come to a halt. The bridge was not opened at all. Everything Lubbock reports that the drivers' blockage to the bridge are protesting Texas Governor Greg Abbott's announcement from late last week notifying drivers that all commercial traffic entering Texas from Mexico will now be subject to enhanced safety inspections of their vehicles as you cross points of entry into Texas. This new inspection will be conducted in addition to the typical federal inspection at the ports of entry. Increased wait times between 10 and 20 hours have already been felt by truckers entering the country, a fact which Governor Abbott admitted would be a result of the new inspections in a news conference. And now I know in advance this is going to dramatically slow traffic from Mexico into Texas, he admits. But he said the new inspections are in response to the Biden administration's plans to revoke Title 42 at the end of May. Title 42 allowed U.S. officials to send Mexican citizens seeking asylum back to Mexico in order to prevent the spread of COVID. Now, Abbott says with that rule revoked, approximately 18,000 illegals will begin attempting to cross the border into this country every single day. So he says a zero-tolerance policy for unsafe vehicles for smuggling migrants across the border is being implemented immediately. The cartels are using vehicles, many of them dangerous commercial trucks, to smuggle not only illegal immigrants, but the drugs, the deadly fentanyl, and other illegal cargo into Texas onto our roadways. So he's going to bring that to a halt. Can't imagine they're sitting in line 10 to 20 hours. Meanwhile, dozens of firefighters responding to a massive fire at the UPS facility in Lancaster, California this past morning. Reported about 9 a.m. The local Fox affiliate reports multiple vehicles at the facility caught fire. According to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, 70 firefighters responding to this two-alarm blaze knocked it down by about 10 a.m., but the facility is a total loss, they tell us. No reports of injuries. UPS did release a statement saying we are cooperating with local authorities on the scene, but we really have no additional information to share at this time. Cause of the blaze still under investigation. Then you may have been caught up in the mess in Arizona. Highway 93 was closed in both directions for hours after a crash between two semi-trucks and a pickup truck left one dead this past morning. It all began to unfold about 4:30 a.m. Monday on the northbound side of Highway 93, the 177-mile marker, according to the Fox affiliate in Phoenix. The crash scattered debris along the roadway. There was a fire as well that burned through a car hauler involved in the incident. One died at the scene, identity not released, and as of after the noon hour, the highway was still shut down this past day. I'll assume they've got that reopened by now. And one other industry headline we'll touch on here. Another wrong-way driver deadly incident in Georgia this past morning as a truck driver lost his life. About 1:30 a.m. in Troup County, Georgia, state police say a tractor-trailer driver traveling north on the southbound I-85 struck a second semi that was traveling south near the mile marker 7. That sent the wrong-way truck into the median. The wrong-way truck re-entered southbound I-85, then struck another vehicle. Police did confirm it was the wrong-way truck driver that died at the scene. Identity not released pending notification of family, but authorities did say it was a 33-year-old out of Alabama, a resident of Alabama. Multiple other injuries reported as a result of that crash. Traffic was backed up there right through the morning rush hour. But now this continued rash of wrong-way drivers around the country. All right, about 17 before the hour. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388. Let's flip back. Who else we got checking in? Lilo, howdy to everyone out there. There's Donovan, a little rambler checking in. He's on spring break this week. All right, enjoy that. My grandkids are on spring break as well. They had a little sleepover at the Sommers Ranch, doing that fun stuff that kids like to do. The princess, they set up a big tent castle in the living room, and they were watching the new Spider-Man movie this past evening. So, let's see. Hello to Bill. Morning, Steve. I'm so tired of hearing people say 2020 is behind us. It's in our faces every day. Yeah, you're right. Let's see. Tom on board. The rest of the morning crew joining as the morning goes on. Drivers in the midst of this severe weather, as we just mentioned, requested and encouraged to call TNC Radio. Share your reports later this morning when we wrap things up here with the overnight drive. There's Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Got a warm, clear night on I-81. 64 degrees in Christiansburg, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Martin checks in. Morning, everybody. Let's roll. 49 degrees here in Lima, Ohio. Not so good where my daughter and son-in-law are stationed in Minot, North Dakota. They've got 25 degrees right now, but a blizzard warning is in effect. Yeah, I think things are going to get ugly there later this day. All right. Hope they're all prepared to hunker down for a few days. Then Dean checking in, just saw on Fox News there was a big Home Depot store in California that caught fire, and the blaze so big it was actually seen from space. Over 100 firefighters on site there. Is that like an active fire right now? Because I hadn't caught anything on that. I'll do a check. All right. Thanks for the heads up, Dean. All right. What's in the green and orange packs on your desk? What do we got here? Not sure where they're at. I'll have to double check. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Let's get our Ntpa update. And of course, we'll get to your calls when you're ready to chime in here on a Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The doctor orders up a regional championship in Super Farm. Singletary's single outlasts Lacey's double in minis. And Johnson's Charger gallops to a weekend sweep over 3 other two-wheel drive contenders. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the Ntpa Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's Reborn Southern Circuit wrapped up its 3-event series in Green Cove Springs, Florida, by crowning 3 Region 6 champions and issuing 3 Interleague pull-off invitations at the Clay County Fair. From unseasonably chilly Ocala in January to the sands of Nice's, South Carolina's Mudplex to the mild and windy climes of Green Cove Springs, the association's first winter-spring trip to the southeast coast this millennium was a success, and plans are already underway to grow the series in partnership with the Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association, the NTPA's newest member state organization. Congratulations to Rodney Swift and the whole MFTPA gang on a fine first year under the NTPA banner. In Super Farm, 2019 Grand National Champion John Silsby roared back from a series opening 4th place in Nice's Sommers with wins in his next 2 appearances to assume the lead in the Region 6 standings heading into Sunday afternoon. The tag team motorsports tandem of cousins Daniel and Caitlin McDonald had been tied atop the standings leaving South Carolina, but Silsby's fusillade had propelled him to a 2-point bump with 1 to go. Daniel McDonald's bad boy did manage to post the win in the matinee, but the Union City, Michigan native Silsby was a strong second with his Crop Doctor Strong Medicine Edition International 1066 and captured the first regional title and Enderley pull-off berth of 2022. In Modified Mini, a similar pattern emerged as Cody Singletary's consecutive Saturday victories at the Orangeburg Nationals and the Clay County Fair put him in front of the triple play motorsports machines of David Lacey. Singletary's Carolina Night Train was 13 inches away from the win 2 Fridays ago in Nices, but that was only good for third behind Lacey's Unchained and Double or Nothing, as those 3 quickly separated themselves as top contenders. Singletary's train got fully on track the next night with a 35-foot victory, and the Tar Heel North Carolinian retained that momentum through 2 weekends and 2 states to best Double or Nothing again by over 6 feet in Green Cove Springs, while Unchained stumbled to last. Jim Shaendorf's Maxed Out was victorious on Sunday, but Singletary was second to capture the division crown and Enderley berth by 6 points. And in two-wheel drive, a 6-hook series dating to Ocala saw 4 trucks within a single point of the lead as Sunday's finale began. Jimmy Johnson's Carolina Charger, in command departing Ocala but in arrears after suffering a DQ in SC, got back to offense in northeastern Florida and swept the weekend. Saturday, Johnson won by 3 feet in a tight contest over Mike Justice's Logger, as the results drew Johnson and Buck Tipton's Wild and Blue into a tie with Justice and previous leader Archie Bennett's Nothing Special just 1 point behind. All 4 of those trucks had scored at least 1 win across the 5 previous sessions, so the first repeat winner would be the likely champion. And it was Johnson with a 10-foot display of dominance in the money round who punched his ticket to Urbana, Ohio this September as a reward for his regional title. Make plans to attend the Ntpa's All-Star Invitational Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, Ohio on Saturday, September 17th, where 100 of the nation's best grand and regional national competitors will leave it all on the track for a chance at their share of over $100,000 in prize money. Check out NTPAPULL.com all season long to follow qualifying and AllStarPoll.com as we get closer to the event for tickets and details. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the ad comes.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You know, we've been talking, hearing more and more in recent days of The new strain of Omicron, the Omicron variant 2.0 or XE, whatever the hell they're calling it. Kind of some questioning, are we going to start going back in time? Are we going to begin actually looking at mandates being implemented? Are we going to going back to mandating mask wearing once again? Well, I guess the answer to that question is going to be apparently yes. I think Pennsylvania is the first state that says we're going back. It's actually Philadelphia, not the entire state. Philadelphia, the first major city that says we're going to reimpose mask mandates. Hey, boys, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Please tell me. Tell me no. All right, let's get to the calls here. I was beginning to wonder if the phones were actually working or not, but it looks like up here. Hello, Horse Feathers.
This is a test. This is only a test. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been notified by the United States Postal System. So maybe that's not the best way to go.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So
anyway,
they're working. All right.
They're working. They're working. I'm working. We're all working. So, but yeah, I was going to bring up that Philadelphia deal there. See if you've seen that. So we're on our way, Your Honor, because you know what happens in the first week in November? I mean, it's going to take a little while to gear everything up, to have everything shut down by the first week of November. So we're just getting started here, aren't we?
This is all the premeditation is getting underway. Is that your suggestion?
Does that sound like a conspiracy theory to you?
maybe a little bit, but I think there could be more reality than fiction in that theory.
I'm thinking too. It's pretty scary, you know, because how sick are these people really getting with this Omicron 2 or 2.0 or 2.3 or whatever it is now? So I don't know. Just getting to be. No, I've already said crazy, insane. Where do we go from there? It's just totally asinine at this point. But I guess they feel they have control over people because they forced this mask thing before and people complied. And then they forced the vaccination and people complied. So now I guess it's no big deal to force the mask thing again. So anyway,
let's all go backwards.
Backwards. Yep. So I don't know. That's about what I had for you. I didn't have a whole lot yet, and I did see the numbers are rolling along there for Pappy's deal there, the charity deal. That looks like that's done pretty good. And
yeah, I was kind of
generous friends at
Hot Shot Secret.
I was going to say our generous friends at Hot Shot Secret. Yep, donated $1,000. One last thing, I guess I did talk to Tom Kelly yesterday, and he actually put my donation page for the Make-A-Wish up on their site. So if you go to their site and click the donate button, it goes right to my donation page. And he said he was going to get the information over to you so that we'll find out which cartoon character wins the $1,000 every day.
Oh, okay.
So maybe we can. He's, I don't know when that's going to happen, but he said he was going to try to start sending you the winners so you could let all the overnight people know who won during the daytime, because they do announce it, I guess, at noontime, and we don't get to hear that normally because we're, I don't know, snoozing or something. I don't know.
we got to sleep sometime.
Thing to have to do.
Well, he may have tried to forward those to me this past day. If he did, like I said, last email I got was like 3:30 in the afternoon, and since then, and I know typically I come in here in the evening, and there's a whole bunch of folks that contribute, send me emails and links and whatnot. Gilligan sends me a lot of stuff. What's his name? Rainmaker in Thailand's been sending me a lot of stuff. Showprek. I've got a whole bunch of characters. And I said, there was nothing here. I'm like, what the hell's going on? So.
All right. And I guess the other thing, he said he had technical difficulties yesterday because he was supposed to play the replay of the Shelley Johnson show from last week where she interviewed Terry Finch and they had me on, I guess, as a guest there during their interview for the Make-A-Wish for the convoy there, Mother's Day convoy in the Lancaster area. And I guess I should start saying that the Mannheim Auto Auction, that's the proper way to say it. And there was technical difficulties, so that show didn't actually play yesterday morning after your show, like it was originally planned on doing. So I don't know if it's scheduled to be replayed at another time or what the whole plan is for it. But we did not miss it, and it was, you know, what was played was just, I guess, whatever was in the can and could come out come out with the technical difficulties.
So they'll probably they'll reschedule that for some point in time, I guess.
I would imagine so.
Okay.
So anyways, that's about what we got going for you. And since you got another minute, maybe you can fill in and then your news break.
News break? Yeah,
okay.
Thank you very much, Horse Feathers. We'll chat with you later on. All right, just enough time to, Philadelphia, reimposing the indoor mask mandate effective April 18th. So I guess that's 1 week away? Philadelphia, the first major U.S. city to go back in time, according to the health commissioner. We've seen rising COVID case numbers, which have been linked to the highly contagious Omicron variant. We're hoping to prevent a surge in cases that could lead to overcrowded hospitals. Have we ever heard that narrative before? If we fail to act now, knowing that every previous wave has been followed by a wave of hospitalizations and a wave of deaths, it'll be too late for our residents, says the health commissioner. We do not know if the BA2 variant in Philadelphia will have the kind of impact on hospitalizations that we saw with the original Omicron variant over the winter. I suspect this wave will be smaller than the one we saw in January. Yes, you don't need to suspect, health commissioner. You know other health authorities have already said the Omicron variant that swept the nation, millions of people, back during the holidays, Christmas to New Year, when we were all sick at the Sommers home 20. We have natural immunity now. The Omicron BA2 is about to run into a wave of natural immunity, according to the reports I've seen. All right, with that, there we get news update. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says thousands of Russian troops are preparing for a new offensive in eastern Ukraine, but he says they're ready. The Kremlin says its forces would scale down activities in the north and instead focus its efforts on the contested Donbas region in the east, where a mostly Russian-speaking population calls home. Russian-backed separatist forces have controlled 2 breakaway republics in Donbas since 2014, following Russia's annexation of Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. So-called ghost guns are now to be treated like other firearms in the U.S. President Biden announced the rule as a way to combat gun crimes. He challenged the NRA's position that the new rule is extreme.
Is it extreme to protect police officers? Extreme to protect our children? Extreme to keep guns out of the hands of people who couldn't even pass a background check?
This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Philadelphia is the first American city to reinstitute an indoor mask mandate due to rising COVID cases.
Health Commissioner Dr. Cheryl Bettengol says the uptick in cases does not have to upend daily life.
We do not believe that there's any reason to panic or to avoid activities we enjoy and that are important to us. Our city remains open. By wearing masks, we can continue to go about our daily lives and continue to take part in the life of our city without contributing to increasing transmission of COVID-19.
The mandate set to take effect April 18th. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The woman known as Soho Karen on social media has pleaded guilty to a hate crime charge. New York prosecutors say Maya Ponsetto pleaded guilty to unlawful imprisonment as a hate crime related to a 2020 incident where she accused the black teenage son of jazz musician Keon Harold of stealing her phone. The phone was actually left in an Uber and later returned to her. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
The woman who typed Schindler's List, a story later immortalized in a motion picture, is being remembered.
Mimi Reinhardt, a secretary in Oskar Schindler's office, has died. She was one of 1,200 Jews saved by German businessman Oskar Schindler after he bribed Nazi authorities to let him keep them as workers in his factories. Ms. Reinhardt typed the infamous Schindler's List. She died Friday at the age of 107 and was laid to rest Sunday near Tel Aviv, Israel. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A former police officer from Virginia was convicted of the role he played on January 6th. Federal jurors found Thomas Robertson guilty of all 6 counts, including interfering with law enforcement. His sentencing wasn't immediately scheduled. It's the second of hundreds of cases involving the insurrection at the Capitol. The first one ended in the conviction of a Texas man. Families with transgender teens are taking the state of Alabama to court. 2 lawsuits are challenging the state law signed Friday by Governor Kay Ivey that makes it a felony for doctors to treat trans youth under 19 with puberty blockers or provide hormone therapy. Unless the court steps in, the state law will take effect May 8th. Violators face up to 10 years in prison. Wall Street continued its losing ways on Monday. The Dow dropped 1%, losing 413 points. The Nasdaq took a 2% hit, falling 299 points. The S&P 500 was off 75, losing more than 1%. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Got a Tuesday, close out a Monday. The hard part is in the books. Hour number 1, already in the books. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3380. And pick up right where we left off. So, yeah, I just heard on the news there, the health commissioner of Philadelphia. Yeah, we've got to stop the spread of this new wave. Now, just as soon as they made that announcement, the report comes in. A new study. Let's go back in time. Let's take a look Some of the states that had the most stringent, the most lengthy lockdowns. States like California, New York. Yeah, primarily the Democrat-run states. As we all well know, Florida was, of course, one of the most lenient. The governor there taking all kinds of hell for not following the lead of Dr. Fauci. You know, the people in the know, right? Follow the science. You're killing people. Well, did he? No. According to the report, nope. It's just the opposite. New York, New Jersey, California failed in their handling of the pandemic because of their stringent lockdowns and policies. Florida was among the best performing states in the country. Study published by the Committee to Unleash Prosperity, which graded states by comparing the outcome, the COVID outcome, based on the number of deaths, the impact on the economy, and the impact on education. Overall, the bottom 10 on the study's report card were dominated by the states that had the most severe lockdowns and were among the last to finally let the kids come back to school. Shutting down the economies, shutting down the schools was by far the biggest mistakes that governors and state officials made during COVID, particularly in the blue states. According to the study's authors, despite the now disgraced former governor Andrew Cuomo initially being hailed for his strict response to the pandemic, the Empire State performed poorly on every single measure. They ranked 49th overall. Who could have been worse? New Jersey was the worst performing state, according to the study. Other places that also received an F included California, Illinois, and Washington, D.C. They had high age-adjusted death rates. They had high unemployment. They had significant gross domestic product losses, and they kept their schools shut down much longer than most all other states. Utah, Nebraska, Vermont, and Florida, all governed by Republicans, topped the list. Study found that the states that locked down their businesses, their churches, their schools, their restaurants for lengthy periods did not have lower death rates compared to those that remained largely open. Nursing home policies may explain the poor mortality rates in some states like New Jersey and New York, of course, where Cuomo faced backlash for his order that directed nursing homes to take back COVID-positive patients. Meanwhile, Florida, whose governor, Republican Governor DeSantis, did away with the COVID restrictions earlier on in the pandemic, ranked 28th in mortality. In comparison, heavily locked down California came in just one ahead, 27th in terms of deaths. Keeping the schools closed had no impact on the number of deaths in children or adults. According to the study, the states that locked down their economies and have had unemployment rates on average about 2 percentage points higher than those states that did not engage in the severe lockdowns. Now, they also point out these high state unemployment rates have persisted for 2 years now. Most lockdown states have still not fully recovered the jobs that they lost in the early months of the COVID. Are we not supposed to learn by our mistakes? Hello, folks. They made no difference. And if you actually want to look at the, quote, science of the masks, I can't believe they're still actually debating the masks. The COVID is not stopped by your typical cloth or your El Cheapo little blue office masks. Remember, here in just the last 6 months, we suddenly started giving away. Remember, the administration ordered how many millions of the N95 masks, and we were giving them away at various pharmacies and urgent care centers around the country. Remember, you had the limit of 3 per person, whatever that was. And by the time they started giving those masks away, most of the Omicron surge was already greatly abating, and most people weren't even picking them up. I don't know how many they actually distributed, but the reason for the N95 mask giveaway, that was the only type of mask based on the science that would actually make a difference, that actually might prevent someone from contracting or passing the COVID. But even at that, the N95's not even 100% effective. In this man's opinion, it's asinine to start suggesting we need to go back to mask restrictions. But that's what we've got. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Now, let's see, we've got, there's Knucklebuster online this morning. What's happening?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Be Knucklebuster here. What planet is Philadelphia on anyway?
Yeah.
They must not be on ours. Yep. They must be out there. And them people out there in that bad weather where it's cold there, so y'all better get some of that hot shot Secret Santa GOT. You're going to need that there. I made a pickup over on Dale Earnhardt Way in North Lake, Texas yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
I thought, man, that man was real popular, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, yeah.
They got his name all over the place there. Well, I'm just curious, you a cowboy now since you live at a ranch?
Well, when did I get a ranch?
Well, you said the kids are over there at your having a sleepover at the Sommers ranch.
I don't know. Maybe I should have said the Sommers Hacienda.
Well, me and my brother-in-law, we were sitting there in this mall waiting on Tennessee and her sister to get those shopping, Steve, and this girl walked by. I mean, she would have made Conway Twitty blush with them tight-fitting blue jeans there, tank top, cowgirl hat, cowgirl boots. And I looked at my brother-in-law, and I just started singing Toby Keith, should have been a cowboy.
Yeah.
Should have learned to rope and ride. Yep. You know, that dog told Tennessee on me. I got in trouble for that, too. But anyway, she didn't get on to me too bad. So, well, you know that ride that kid was killed on?
Yeah,
down in Florida?
The drop. Yeah, the drop ride.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah, I read that the operator of that thing got injured and was trapped in the ride for a week or so after that boy plummeted from the ride. So I don't know what all happened there. So, and that Mars one way, that went belly up just like the rest of that garbage back in 2019 there, filed bankruptcy there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's another one you don't want to make an investment in, especially that Bitcoin there with all that phony baloney, right?
Yes, sir.
And I read where Jeffrey Epstein told people that Prince Andrew was a useful idiot. Well, I don't know about being useful, but the idiot part was right there.
No doubt.
Thinking with your little head instead of your big head there. Let's see, what's the rest of this old junk? Billy Ray Cyrus's wife, she's filing for divorce from him. I guess he's gonna have a achy breaky heart, right?
Uh-oh.
And Leah Cheney, they said she's hauled in $3 million for her past 3 months for her reelection bid. I didn't think $3 million for a campaign was much money, but apparently whoever wrote that article did there. So, well, that's all of my bull on it for right now. We'll keep trucking this thing on down the road. I'm trying to outrun all them storms, but I'm headed back to Elvis Presleyville, Tennessee. And we'll put the spoke on you later, Mr. Steve Summers.
All right, Knucklebuster, thanks for checking in. Have a safe night, and good to hear from you. All right, it's 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I know we've got some listeners out there that are part of the farming community. Yeah, not real sure about the ranchers. I don't know, this might be something Lauren Weiss, champion bull hauler, would have a better explanation of it. You're talking about this big storm as the spring snowstorm barrels through the nation's midsection. Some ranchers have found themselves hunkering down for what could turn into a dangerous situation for their herds. As AccuWeather's forecasters are saying, a storm of the century could unfold across parts of the northern plains and challenge snowfall records that were last set during cattle-killing blizzards. Over the last few days, Caitlin Larson has been preparing her livestock at her ranch in Sidney, Montana, near the western border town of North Dakota. While her Gilvick cross cows are suited for the chilly weather, the newborn calves will take much more work to keep them warm and safe. The main issue that we've been really warm as of late. So this is going to truly be a shock to everyone. Richland County, where the ranch is located, is right now experiencing extreme drought conditions. So they say while the storm will bring some snow, and impact her calves. We're looking forward to the end of the dry spell. Yeah, the mud, the moisture will be welcome from the dust we've been experiencing for the past 2 years. We really need some moisture to help get our grass off a start so the cows can graze this summer. But to prepare for this big snowstorm that's standing between the ranch and the greener fields, she and her family have been moving the cows into pastures and pens with windbreak and shelter to shield them from the elements. They've been laying down straw for them to bed. They've also been stockpiling feed and bedding close by to have on hand. Yeah, right now, this particular ranch has roughly 300 calves on the ground, more than midway through the calving season. Even with all the preparation, taking care of the calves during this storm is going to mean all hands on deck, she says, depending on how cold the wind chill is. We'll go through the cows every 1-2 hours throughout the day and night to check on any that might be calving at the time. If we decide it's too cold, we may move the new calf and the mother into the barn. We do have a small heated room in our barn we can use to warm calves up and get them dry, but this is going to be round the clock from the whole family to keep the calves safe. Early spring storms, she said, often come with a fair amount of damage since the snow is usually wet and heavy, and that's going to be the case with this storm. And the potential loss of power could complicate the family's efforts to keep everything running smoothly. Yeah, we've prepared for that. We've got standby generators on hand. Yeah, their job won't be done even after the storm. However, as the family's going to have to keep eye on the calves for any signs of maybe pneumonia from the wet, cold conditions. Unfortunately, there will be some calves across the region that will not make it through this storm, but hopefully it's not a huge loss. We've definitely seen that in the past with other spring storms. You've got the combination, the snow, the wind, the colder temperatures, which will be particularly dangerous for the young livestock through much of the region. While blizzard conditions are not expected across most of Montana, any significant snow, especially at higher elevations in the mountains and the plains, will cause concern for the young cattle and other livestock that have recently been born. Obviously, they're much more susceptible to the cold, and of course, snow is a life-threatening situation. This is especially going to be the case for the animals in the northern plains where the blizzard conditions could result in some significant livestock losses. One state over in North Dakota, areas like Bismarck and Grand Forks anticipating 18 to 24 inches of snow. Roughly the same amount that fell in one day in Grand Forks, the blizzard of 1966. They picked up 27.8 inches in that storm. It was a deadly storm. At least 18 fatalities across the Great Plain, but tens of thousands of livestock were killed. We mentioned earlier the 1997 blizzard that killed 100,000 head of cattle. That was like 10% of the state herd. Bismarck came close again in the winter of 2008 and 9, recording 100.3 inches of snow, just short of the record from 1996 and 97, which still stands. So, the farmers getting ready, getting prepared as the snows begin rolling in later today and continue on into Wednesday. Meanwhile, back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Not sure who we got on the line. Dog Hunter?
You got the Mad Dog.
The Mad Dog. Morning, Mad Dog.
Yes, sir. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, Steve. I won't say anything that can't be proven by fact. So if anybody would want to fact check anything I'm going to say, These are all facts.
Okay.
I honestly think this Hunter Biden laptop ordeal, I think that's it for the Democrats. I really do. They've already implicated Hunter. Now they've implicated our president's brother. Like verified deposits. These things are already verified. Money from Russia, money from China, checks they've already cashed and distributed. Now they have a link to the big guy, but that can't be verified yet. So I'm not going to say that our president's involved yet, because that wouldn't be factual. But I think that they're going to go into panic lockdown, try to put us in these masks again so that they can control the vote for this midterm. Because it's already proven through many, many different surveys, 16 to 24% of people that support Joe Biden would not vote for him if they were aware of this laptop. That is now proven. And another thing for any fact checker, everything President Donald John Trump said has been proven to be true. He was spied on. His associates were spied on. Clapper, the FBI, they lied on him. They knew that the document was fraudulent. They knew that Hillary Clinton's campaign paid $30 million to Christopher Steele for fake information. They signed fake warrants at the FISA court warrants on our president. I think this is one of the worst political stories in the history of the United States of America, Steve. And they're trying to brush it off like it's not interesting. But I honestly think that God is in control of the situation now. And each and every person that went against our president, you have to notice for yourself that they've had many, many problems that have just came up on them. And I honestly feel that it's our turn and we're going to have a full sweep coming up. And I always respect your opinion, and I'll hang up and listen to it because I got to back in here and get unloaded.
All right. Hey,
God bless you.
Thank you, Mad Dog. Thanks for checking in. I think you're pretty much hitting the nail on the head there. It's going to be, well, we shared last evening. Alan Dershowitz said it's going to take some time. Yeah, we think we know who the big guy is, right? Yeah, Joe, but being able to prove that in a court of law, that may be a greater task, but we'll pick up with that thought. First, we got to get our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says thousands of Russian troops are preparing for a new offensive in eastern Ukraine. The Kremlin previously said its forces would scale down activities in the north and instead focus its efforts on the contested Donbas region in the east, where a mostly Russian-speaking population calls home. Russian-backed separatist forces have controlled 2 breakaway republics in Donbas since 2014, after Russia annexed Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. So-called ghost guns now the target of President Biden, who says they will now be treated like other firearms in the United States. Mr. Biden announced the rule as a way to combat gun crimes. He challenged the NRA's position that the new rule is extreme.
Is it extreme to protect police officers? Extreme to protect our children? Extreme to keep guns out of the hands of people who couldn't even pass a background check?
This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I see what you're talking about. Whoever it was asking about the orange and the green, that's some of the Hot Shot Secret products. I think it was sometime last week or the week before. If you go back and look at some of the arguments, I had product lined up across the entire counter here, from the Stiction Eliminator to the FR3 to the Diesel Extreme, the everyday diesel treatment, and on down, all the various products from Hot Shot Secret. And in the back there had some of my son and daughter-in-law. They said, Dad, it looks like a cluster, you-know-what. Just looks like nobody can see what's actually there. So I took most of the product down. The suggestion was, why don't you get like a floating shelf? Kyle had suggested that about a year ago, getting a floating shelf back over like by the flag or something and put the products on the shelf there, which we'll probably do that. But so I took most of the product down. Those are actually 3 separate 1-gallon jugs of I think there's a blue diamond and there's a black diamond and there's a Euro oil. It's some of the products offered by Hot Shot. Those are 1-gallon jugs of Hot Shot Secrets oil. All right, so there you go. That answers that question. Meanwhile, did you catch the little skit on Saturday Night Live? I guess that was this past weekend when they took aim, took a shot at the trucking community out there. The old stereotypical view that you're a bunch of uncouth hillbillies out there pissing in jugs. They focused on that. Peeing in jugs, peeing in cups, So I guess the gist of the skit was a couple of, I guess, everyday travelers stop in at a truck stop, and it's a Love's Travel Center that they stopped into, and they say, who are these people driving trucks? Are they from another planet? Look at these guys they're still buying CDs because they had the big rack of CDs on the shelf there close to the counter. And they just kind of go into a bit where they're making fun of the truck drivers.
Truck stops have the wildest stuff.
Yeah, like my other car is a gun.
Yeah, and who are the weirdos still buying CDs?
Well, truckers, that's who.
Yeah, hillbilly truckers, right?
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, this one right here is a collection of hits by my favorite truck driving crooner, Johnny Goblin. Yeah, I'm talking about Truck You Truckin' Truck. 42 songs all about trucking. Great. You mind if we just scoot past you? Songs include fender-bending hits like Trucker's Life.
I'm peeing in a bottle, and I'm peeing in a thermos, and I'm peeing in a cup, and I'm peeing in a bucket, and I'm peeing in a diaper, and I'm peeing out the window. The wind blows it back in my face.
Woo, been there, done that. Get your hanky handy for this heart-wrenching duet between Trucker and Trucker's Wife, featuring Darlene Cuisine. Don't go forgetting.
Gotta go back out on the road. I'm gonna miss you till I get home.
And I'm asking you to remember, you always gotta remember,
don't go forgetting which cup is your drink and which cup is full of piss.
Are all these songs about peeing?
Well, not all, but many of them, yes. Big part of the lifestyle.
Okay, what was that?
Ooh, why, that would be the dreaded Ghost Trucker featuring Little Picky Dickens.
Ghost Trucker, Ghost Trucker. No one can see him on the road, Ghost Trucker. When the fog came rolling in and his hog came rolling out, reaching down his pants, he starts to touch himself with the same hand he used to eat flaming hot Cheeto. People say his screams still echo to this day. Ghost Trucker!
Ooh! And the old children's classic, Blow That Horn.
I see a little boy on an iPad in a minivan next to mine. He singles for me to blow my horn, and I happily oblige.
a smile comes across his face. I'm so happy I can make his day.
And the car in front of me gets startled as hell, and they veer off into a ditch. No!
Yes. And of course, no collection is complete without the trucker standard, the hitchhiker.
A hot July day in 2015 down in Juarez, Mexico. I'm trucking along the highway, a hitchhiker on the side of the road. A mustachioed man helps him in the cab and he's only 5 feet tall. Something about him looks so familiar. Then suddenly I recall his name's El Chapo. El Chapo. Oh God, I think I helped El Chapo. He definitely helped El Chapo.
I'm El Chapo, and this is a certified bop.
Truck you truckin' truck. Available only at Love's Truck Stops off the I-40.
Ghost Trucker! Ghost Trucker! Ghost Trucker!
There you go. Full skit from our friends at Saturday Night. You bunch of hillbilly pissing in a bottle, pissing in a cup. Trash. Nothing stereotypical about that. No. I just thought you might like that. Or not. All right, it's 844-844-3388. On a more serious note, the scheme we were talking about last evening, the two men arrested last week in D.C. For impersonating federal officers. As we were kind of alluding to last evening, that this is a gigantic breach of national security, according to a former FBI special agent and assistant director. Now, these two guys arrested at a luxury apartment in the Navy Yard of D.C. A multifaceted government agency raid of several apartment units. They've been charged with false impersonation of a federal officer in a U.S. district court last Thursday. Apparently, allegedly, they have to use the word allegedly because it's not yet been proven, right, in the court of law. Impersonating federal officers for over 2 years they were doing this before the FBI executed a search warrant. Warrant that involved several units, and the men were both arrested. Prosecutors allege Taherzada and Ali used their fake law enforcement positions to kind of infiltrate and integrate with legitimate federal agents to whom they gave gifts. The men compromised the Secret Service, who had access to the White House by lavishing gifts, rent-free living. Chris Schrecker, a former FBI assistant director who had responsibility over all FBI criminal investigation, told Fox News this past day that this was undoubtedly a threat to national security. If someone can penetrate into the Secret Service by cozying up to agents, compromising those agents, as well as uniformed officers, they can get to the president. They can get to the first family. They can get vital information that they need to actually get the president and the first family. I mean, what a booming breach of national security. Now, he said, I don't think these guys are just simple scammers. They were too well funded. Mentioned that last. Where's the money coming from? One aspect of the scheme that specifically concerned Schrecker was the men gave Secret Service members iPhones, which he said can easily be used to gather information. Yeah, we used to do that in undercover operations when I was active in the Bureau, he says, and then you immediately started listening in on the phone. They're dumb enough to take the phone from you? You know, it's an easy way to intercept their phone conversations. Now, someone was directing these guys. This operation was very targeted. It was very calculated. In addition to getting very close to several Secret Service agents, these two men also allegedly involved in conducting surveillance on residents. This is very, very targeted, very calculated. It just smells like a covert operation to me. It smells like a deliberate, calculated, targeted operation by someone that was directing these two. He kind of hesitated to criticize the Secret Service, saying, yeah, they're good at what they do. But something is lacking here. Something was missing with the training in the agency. They are good at protection. Or are they hiring people with bad judgment? Yeah, this has got to be looked at by the Inspector General of the Secret Service. Again, April 6, last week, federal law enforcement recovered multiple firearms as well as ammunition while executing the search warrant. Numerous electronic devices, including a significant amount of surveillance equipment, 30 hard drives, the machine that creates and programs personal identification verification cards, as well as blank cards with chips. Spokesperson for the Secret Service provided Fox News Digital with the following statement. This is what they had to say, apparently. Not a whole lot. The Secret Service has been and continues to work with our law enforcement partners on this ongoing investigation. All personnel involved in this matter are on administrative leave and are restricted from accessing Secret Service facilities, equipment, and systems. The Secret Service adheres to the highest levels of professional standards and conduct and will remain in active coordination with the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security. They don't really clarify how many Secret Service agents had actually been compromised, but they did several days ago verify that one Secret Service agent actually worked on the First Lady's detail, Jill Biden. There you go. There's an update. We'll get back to your calls here in 2. Want to jump on board? Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what on your mind is 844-844-3388. See what Eagle's got going on this new week. Hey, good morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm down here in Texas, Steve. Yeah, I've been off for a couple of days. All hell is breaking loose down here in Texas, Steve. I didn't get a chance to call you up last week when the news broke. When the news broke on this deal, Joe Biden, Steve, if anybody didn't know, if Joe Biden, if you ain't figured it out by now, you probably dumber than I think you are. Anybody that's listening to me tonight, if you ain't figured out Joe Biden doesn't give a damn about the U.S. border by now, I guess you never will figure it out. You know something, Steve? Okay, now at the end of the month, this I forgot what this bill is called that Donald Trump instated
Title
when
42.
he was president. That individual, huh?
Title 42.
Yeah, Title 42. Okay. Like I said before, anybody, if you didn't know, if Joe Biden didn't care about the U.S., you will know in in less than a couple of weeks. I promise you'll find out. You know something, Steve? Okay, this thing expires at the end of the month, and all hell is gonna break loose. These people are, as we speak right now, Steve. People are waiting down in El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, every other place you can name. They already ready to make their way to the United States because we, as of next month, Steve, we will not have a United States border on the southern border of the USA, thanks to good old Joe Biden, because they said that up to 6 million people, Steve, in the next year, up to 6 million individuals could walk right into the United States, in unabated, unstopped. It's a damn shame what's going on. You know, we got a governor down here in Texas, Steve. I've been talking to you about this guy for a long time. He's the only line of defense that we got. It's really a shame, Steve, that the president of the United States of America, who took an oath to protect the American citizens, is not doing what he said he was going to do. We have no support. Texas has no support from the President of the United States of America to try to stop this invasion, and that's exactly what it is. This guy, Greg Abbott, has done everything he can in the last couple of years since Biden been in the White House. Now, in the last week, Steve, this guy here has taken unprecedented measures. He is, as I left Texas today as driving, he's just about sent every state trooper available down to the Texas state border of Mexico to try to protect this place. He's talking about putting barbed wire fences up in the water down in Del Rio, Texas, Eagle Pass, to stop these individuals from trying to cross into the United States of America. And he even said, and I agree with everything the man said, he's even said that he was going to bust these people up to Washington, D.C. and turn them loose right there in front of the White House. And that's exactly what he needs to do. And let Joe Biden, since he wants all these people in the USA, brother, well, why don't you, we'll see how he feels about that when they knock on the front door of that White House. You know, because I'm really fed up with it, Steve, and they need to send them to every Democrat that supports open borders in this country. Send them all to their front door, and we'll see if they accept them all then when they're knocking on their door, because this is unacceptable in the United States of America, Steve. This is unacceptable to allow these people to just walk right into the USA. Now they're saying, Steve, that they're even giving these individuals cell phones. Good old Joe Biden is even giving these people phones so they can so-called stay in contact with these people that they're turning loose in America. And you already know how that turned out. They'll give them a so-called court date 6 months to a year down the line. And I wonder if that individual will show up for that court date. We both know that you will never see that man again once he's turned loose in America. I've never seen nothing like this before in my life, Steve. It's really a sad situation. A lot of people down here in Texas are up in arms about this. We have no support. And like I told you last week in the update I gave you, Steve, to this very day, and I'm going to repeat myself one more time, the first thing I said when I started. If you had any doubts about Joe Biden caring about the United States of America, this will tell you right now. And to this very day, Steve, guess what? Joe Biden still hasn't gone down to the border of Texas or any other southern state. Still hasn't gone to the border to see what the hell's going on, to try to put a stop to this invasion. It's the saddest situation that I think I've ever been associated with. It just makes me sick just thinking about it. So, like I said, come the end of the month, April, May 1st or whatever day it is, that title, what would you say it was called, Steve? Title 42?
That's it, yes.
Okay, that will no longer be in effect thanks to good old Joe Biden. And like I said, that means that the United States, we will officially no longer have a southern border on the United States. So welcome all your new friends. Welcome about 6 million new neighbors into your country. And you guess who you can thank for it? You can thank good old Joe Biden. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Yes, Title 42, May the 26th, I believe, is the date that's scheduled to end. And I'm hearing varying numbers. I mean, one report said we could see 18,000 illegals per day. I think Eagle mentioned, someone suggested as many as 30. I mean, the numbers that are being thrown out are almost unfathomable, how that many on a daily basis, which if that trend were to continue for a year, you could see 6 million in a year's time. Now, last year, it was 2 million plus there in 2021. So I wouldn't doubt that is a distinct possibility. All right, almost up to our news break here. Hey, before I forget, which I almost did, here you go, your chance to win $1,000 and have a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. It's time for this hour's keyword. Take this word and go over to tncradio.live. Click on enter. Enter the keyword music. Listen to the music. There you go. Music is the word this hour, the keyword. Enter that word at tncradio.live on the web or on the app. And good luck from Hotshot Secret and the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive via tncradio.live. We'll have another keyword coming up here in our final hour of the program. With that, we close out hour number 2. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says thousands of Russian troops are preparing for a new offensive in eastern Ukraine, but he says they're ready. The Kremlin says its forces would scale down activities in the north and instead focus its efforts on the contested Donbas region in the east, where a mostly Russian-speaking population calls home. Russian-backed separatist forces have controlled 2 breakaway republics in Donbas since 2014, following Russia's annexation of Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. So-called ghost guns are now to be treated like other firearms in the U.S. President Biden announced the rule as a way to combat gun crimes. He challenged the NRA's position that the new rule is extreme.
Is it extreme to protect police officers? Extreme to protect our children? Extreme to keep guns out of the hands of people who couldn't even pass a background check?
This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, Get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Philadelphia is the first American city to reinstitute an indoor mask mandate due to rising COVID cases.
Health Commissioner Dr. Cheryl Bettengol says the uptick in cases does not have to upend daily life.
We do not believe that there's any reason to panic or to avoid activities we enjoy and that are important to us. Our city remains open. By wearing masks, we can continue to go about our daily lives and continue to take part in the life of our city without contributing to increasing transmission of COVID-19.
The mandate set to take effect April 18th. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The woman known as Soho Karen on social media has pleaded guilty to a hate crime charge. New York prosecutors say Maya Ponsetto pleaded guilty to unlawful imprisonment as a hate crime related to a 2020 incident where she accused the black teenage son of jazz musician Keon Harold of stealing her phone. The phone was actually left in an Uber and later returned to her. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
The woman who typed Schindler's List, a story later immortalized in a motion picture, is being remembered.
Mimi Reinhardt, a secretary in Oskar Schindler's office, has died. She was one of 1,200 Jews saved by German businessman Oskar Schindler after he bribed Nazi authorities to let him keep them as workers in his factories. Ms. Reinhardt typed the infamous Schindler's List. She died Friday at the age of 107 and was laid to rest Sunday near Tel Aviv, Israel. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A former police officer from Virginia was convicted of the role he played on January 6th. Federal jurors found Thomas Robertson guilty of all 6 counts, including interfering with law enforcement. His sentencing wasn't immediately scheduled. It's the second of hundreds of cases involving the insurrection at the Capitol. The first one ended in the conviction of a Texas man. Families with transgender teens are taking the state of Alabama to court. 2 lawsuits are challenging the state law signed Friday by Governor Kay Ivey that makes it a felony for doctors to treat trans youth under 19 with puberty blockers or provide hormone therapy. Unless the court steps in, the state law will take effect May 8th. Violators face up to 10 years in prison. Wall Street continued its losing ways on Monday. The Dow dropped 1%, losing 413 points. The Nasdaq took a 2% hit, falling 299 points. The S&P 500 was off 75, losing more than 1%. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so looky there. In Washington, they know the numbers that will be released later this morning. They're going to be bad. Real bad numbers. And knowing in advance it's going to be ugly, they're already trying to brace us. Of course, they're laying the foundation that it's Putin's fault. You know, since Trump is in You can't blame Trump anymore. Now, Vladimir Putin is the scapegoat for everything that is going wrong in this country. It's all Putin's fault. Get ready for extraordinarily elevated CPI numbers. Jen Psaki blaming record inflation on Russia, the invasion of Ukraine. The Biden administration is preparing for the Department of Labor to release their monthly consumer price index today. The numbers. Jen Psaki said, we are expecting, quote, extraordinarily elevated numbers from this very important inflation metric because of the actions we've taken to address Putin's price hike. We're in a better place than we were a month ago. Talking about the release of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, urging oil companies not to price gouge. But we expect the March Consumer Price Index headline, inflation, to be extraordinarily elevated. It's Putin's price hike. She keeps saying that over and over again. It's Putin, it's Putin, it's Putin. Blaming everything, the soaring energy prices, on the Russian invasion. Increased prices for food, housing, gasoline, consumer goods, draining the American people's pocketbooks all over the country. And the White House continues to largely attribute the increase to the war in Ukraine. According to AAA, the national average price for a gallon of regular gas today, or Monday it would have been, is at $4.11. Now, that's down a little bit from a month ago. The average did hit $4.33. Simple math, it's down 22 cents. We're still well over 50 cents up from the beginning of March, and more like $1.50 since back in February. She says, I'll say that anytime there's heightened monthly data or inflation reporting or numbers, it's a reminder to us, our allies on the Hill, and hopefully the American people, we need to do more to reduce costs for the American people. So we're going to call on Congress to advance the administration's proposals for prescription drug pricing, child care, and other areas that might help cut costs for families to ease the burden of rising food and energy costs. But don't forget, it's Putin's fault. Well, not according to former senior advisor to President Trump, Peter Navarro. He pretty much breaks it down. This is what's really going on. What we've got here is the perfect storm of stagflation coming at us, full force. Now, according to the economic indicators, the report, which is going to be coming out here later this morning, he believes will show inflation at 8.4%. There's going to be a report coming out. Estimates say 8.4% inflation in the month of March. That is the highest since December of 1981. And that was the high watermark of the stagflation era of the 1970s that actually bled over into the early 1980s, which ultimately led Ronald Reagan to beat Jimmy Carter in 1980. Now, Navarro said that while being cliche, there could well be a perfect storm of stagflation coming our way. Let's blame Joe Biden. He deserves the blame. But what we also need for people to understand is that Nancy Pelosi, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Congress overall is driving this inflation. A lot of the jump started. Now, this whole inflation thing is these $1 trillion packages that they were sending off. This is what has sparked this inflation. A March Business Insider story defined stagflation. If that's a new word to use, stagflation is an economic condition that's caused by a combination of slow economic growth, high unemployment, and rising prices. The term was originally coined back in 1965 during a speech in the House of Commons by British conservative politician Lane MacLeod. Now, he goes on to say, quote, "We now have the worst of both worlds, not just inflation on the one side or stagnation on the other, but both together." According to the article, we have a sort of stagflation situation, and history in modern terms is indeed being made as we speak. Stagflation took root during the 1970s and early 80s due to high unemployment, the Arab oil embargo at the time, the high prices for goods, the high interest rates. Navarro said the current indicators show stock prices going down, which is a sign of a possible upcoming recession. The Federal Reserve raising interest rates to combat inflation, dropping bond prices. In addition to monetary policies, stagflation also comes from supply shocks, things that were experienced during the COVID pandemic. The worst of both worlds. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but try to share the facts. Just make preparations. You know the handwriting's on the wall. What's coming our way? It's not gonna be pretty. Hello to the Monkey Gouger. How's your week starting out?
Oh man, everything's good. I love driving a truck. Riding down 77 just now, and this car come by me, blinked the light. I said, what the hell they blinking the lights at me for? Two of them little cutie pies going down at the Florida didn't have nothing on but a smile. They made this old truck mistake.
What the?
So anyway, Steve, it's been a real good morning so far. Woke me up. We on the way to Marina Del Rey, go get that old John boat out. We go spend a little time in the swamp, baby, for about 3 or 4 days.
There you go.
Steve, if you look at what's going on, and you think back during the Obama years, it ain't a playbook right out of Obama, what he tried to do to destroy this country. And damn, I don't believe he don't deserve some of the blame. He's always up there in the White House and everything else. And I instead of blaming Putin, I blame Obama for a lot of this crap. They got the same cabinet that up there that he had. That old Susan Rice is up there running her lips and everything. So let's lay it where it really lay. Let's lay some of this off on the big old. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I seen something. I don't know if you've seen it yet or not, but my blood pressure went out of control about an hour ago. And I was looking at Facebook while they were taking this last stop off. And it said, it's on CDL Live, Saturday Night Live. Has anybody said anything about it?
I played that here last hour, but I guess you weren't tuned in yet. I played that, the whole 4-minute skit. Yeah. What'd you think about that? Are you peeing in a cup, peeing in a jug, peeing in a bottle? You big hillbilly.
Peeing in your face and all this stuff. If I was Love's Truck Stop, I would sue their pants off to no end. Every truck driver out here needs to write the riders or whoever's running that damn. They have really. Look here, man. Let me tell you something. I tell you what pissed me off about this whole thing. Back 2 years ago when this pandemic started, we were the heroes of the highway.
Right.
They couldn't do enough for us. And now they go in there and we listen to CD tape and all that. That thing made my damn blood boil. Now I got a little upset over that thing, which I shouldn't have. I mean, but it did. I mean, these people up there in these big cities don't have no idea. They think they can go to the Walmart or the IGA or whatever grocery store they shopping at, and they can go in there and just get whatever they need. They don't realize how it gets there, and that's what really got my gander. But you know, Steve, we talk about stagflation and how price things are. Now, the company that I'm leased to, they pay all the lumper fees. It don't matter, you know, if it's $1,000, just write them a check, go on about your business, to argue with them. It'll be taken off the freight bill. Don't worry about it. It ain't coming out your pocket. Don't argue with them. We don't want no trouble. Just get in and get the hell out and get to the next stop. Well, today I had 4 stops on. And when I finished making them 4 stops, you know how much money it took me to get off 600 cases of beef on 4 stops?
Well, we're waiting. I don't know. Have no idea. No, how much?
Oh, I thought $800.
$800. Wow.
And that's 600 cases of beef.
Yeah.
And $800 between the 4 stops, and the last one, the one that really got my goat. Everything was stacked exactly the way they wanted it in the warehouse. Everything. I mean, all they had to do was roll it out. I had 4 pallets on there and charged me charged the company $215 to pull those 4 pallets off.
Wow.
Now, I will tell you something. Now somebody's paying for that. It ain't me. And it ain't the company. They charge it right back to whoever's getting the meat. So they got to add that in, and then transportation costs going through the roof and everything. I think the government needs to look into this place called Capstone and find out what kind of extortion they're doing. I mean, it is just unreal. I mean, the way things are. But I mean, like I say, don't come out of my pocket. They just say pay it, go on about your business. Mm-hmm. It'll be taken care of. But yeah, that little deal was Saturday Night Live. That thing boiled my blood. And I hope Loves is firing on their ass. I hope they got on today. But the other thing, have you been following Disney World around in and looked at all their dismal deals since they went woke?
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it?
It's not looking good for them. $2.4 billion. I don't know what they lost today. I do know they lost 350,000 bookings that people canceled the vacations going down there.
And I don't know how many.
That was in the news.
If the numbers are correct, supposedly millions have canceled their subscription to Disney Plus as well.
Right. You know, Steve, there's a movement in this country. They're not getting. But I mean, there was a teacher talking today on Fox that she started an organization about it. You do have a right to voice your opinion on what your children are being taught. And it started out a year ago, and she got over 88,000 members in this organization that's going around these school boards and say, hey, it's time for the American people to stand up and put an end to this bureaucracy and all this crap that we got going on up there, and say we've had enough. And I mean, they send a strong message to Virginia that we've had enough. And when it comes to midterms, I think them Democrats are gonna get them a good old shellacking. And you know, the thing that gets me, Steve, this is the one thing that just really gets me. Now, you know, they're letting anybody and everybody come across that border down there, but they ain't got to have no inoculation. Mm-hmm. They don't need it. Well, are they some kind of special people? Are they exempt to COVID and all this other stuff? the measles, polio, tuberculosis. But no, they ain't checking none of them for what they're dragging in this country. There was a doctor talking today that we're going to see a rise in polio, tuberculosis coming from these third world countries down there. And these people not being checked is going to be coming. We're going to see a big rise in it.
Yep.
And I thank the governor of Texas for what he said. I can't wait to see what's going to happen because we got a feeling he's got the buses chartered to get them up there. But are they going to do like they done us truckers when we was up there in D.C.? They're going to block the exits off and everything else when these buses arrive. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. But anyway, buddy, we'll holler at you about Sunday night. We start back out. We headed for the Marina Del Rey. The fish are jumping in the boat committing suicide.
All right,
and I'm going to see if I can't help some of them.
And you enjoy a few days at the Marina Del Rey, right? The Monkey Gouger Hacienda. All right, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Chevy Guy.
Well, good morning. I cross over the river there into Georgia, the Savannah, and lose signal. And you just talked about, you were talking about masks, and have they not learned their lesson, which was interesting. And I lose signal. Well, it's time that I can take. I go ahead and take the phone offline and let it reset. I'm about 4 or 5 miles into Georgia, and then I should fire it back up. I get the signal back. Well, it just so happens Tucker Carlson's on my news feed. He's playing, and he was saying they have video in from a place in China where they got another outbreak of the COVID, and a CNN reporter was sitting there. And they were duct taped, the rules. Everybody has to stay home. They were duct taped or taping his hotel room completely shut. They were locking the doors. Now, I'm not sure how the reporter did. I mean, they were telling the truth. I mean, because it was happening to them. You know, they never made mention of how you're going to get food in that place. You know, hopefully you've got enough food to last you for I don't know how long. But what was interesting, they showed video of these guys in white, these white suits, chemical suits. They were dragging people off the streets and throwing them into a van, and I guess taking them to a place. They showed video of this, like mattresses thrown down, one single toilet, and all these people. If they weren't sick before, they're sick now. But they also showed them grabbing a child. Hopefully, the parents know what happened to the child, and they were dragging him. He was dragging him, screaming, and throwing him into that van. What's interesting is the Chinese leader was Tucker Carlson is more or less the Chinese Dr. Fauci, in same position. Says in China and Socia, in our form of government, we have the ability to shut down this for the good of the people, like no other country can. And it's a zero tolerance for the COVID. What was interesting too, Tucker brought in this fact. They were killing the pets, the dogs. They showed this got them all upset. They didn't show it on there. They said they had video, and it was too horrid to show. But they took a shovel and beat a Yorkie, killed a Yorkie. And they're killing these people's pets too. They hear something like you said in the mask situation. Have they not learned their lesson? They had bags of cats. They've been gathering up all the pet cats, throwing them in black trash bags, and they did show these bags strewn on the sidewalk. And all these, you can hear the cats screaming.
Wow.
In these bags. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, now I'm going to tie this in. There's the reason. Back in the day, a few ago, a pope in Rome decided that cats were evil. So what he did is he had all the cats in Rome exterminated. Well, you not know what happened after that. The rats overtook Rome, and then the people were stricken with disease and the plague. So when the Chinese take care of this situation, I guess they haven't learned the lesson from history. Then what? You take out the mice eaters and the rat eaters, guess what? They might have more of a plague on their hands than they ever dreamed they were going to have.
Wow.
So it's just sad. And finally, the top of the hour, I get so mad to hear them people call what happened on the 6th was an insurrection. No, it was a political. I mean, nobody had a gun. Nobody was in. And I mean, they convicted this guy. I guess I'm not sure. This police officer. I don't know what he did. You don't resist a Capitol policeman, and he being in law enforcement should have known better. But it wasn't an insurrection. It was Stop the Steal. With the people, 200,000 people showed up that day, and they know that there's just too much evidence. Georgia, Fulton County, where they shut down the polling booth. I ain't saying nothing you don't already know, and everybody's listening. We sat there, and I listened to you that night. We were amazed. Trump was winning. By the end of your shift, Trump was losing. And it just stunk, period. But the people were saying it was not an insurrection. It was a protest. And so far, only people that's ever gotten killed in this so-called insurrection were conservatives. Even the cop that died, supposedly he was a Trump supporter. So, and what's interesting is you've got video of law enforcement open the door, pulling gates down, let people in. And above all that, I'll keep repeating this, that young lady, that Air Force veteran that was shot, she was on, they say, Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's on tape telling people, do not do not disrespect the Capitol building. She was telling the people around her to don't do any graffiti, don't do anything wrong, and she was shot and killed in her own house. And that's, you got to, unlike anybody in Ntpa and BLM, if they got shot and killed or injured, they were in there because they were stealing TVs. They were in other people's houses. So it's just absurd what's been going on in this country. And hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully, there's going to people finally stand up and say that enough is enough. But I guess it's just coming down, unfortunately, to what's your grocery store, your gasoline prices. And you know what? It is Putin's fault. I'll give it. It is Putin's fault. But guess what? That's because we don't have a president. So now Putin can affect our prices here. But if we had Donald J. Trump in office, Putin couldn't do that. He would have been afraid to do any of this stuff. So if they want to paint their own butts in the corner, fine. But we don't have leadership in this country for world leaders. And do the figure. We had 2 million illegal aliens in this country. All right, let's feed them. That's $10 a person. How much money is that going out the door? Who's feeding them? Who's paying attention to how much? Is our food stamp program, is it shooting sky high? And there's you're saying 18,000 a day or something like that is fixing to come in. But guess what, Democrats? They may not all be what you think. They might be coming in here and they'll spell socialism. They'll spell this, and if they do get a work permit, and all of a sudden they see that FICA tax and how expensive it is to live in this country, guess what? They may not vote Democrat like you think.
Well,
so
it may just backfire, right? Hey, we're a bit behind here. I'm going to get my news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says thousands of Russian troops are preparing for a new offensive in eastern Ukraine, but he says they're ready. The Kremlin says its forces would scale down activities in the north and instead focus its efforts on the contested Donbas region in the east, where a mostly Russian-speaking population calls home. Russian-backed separatist forces have controlled 2 breakaway republics in Donbas since 2014, following Russia's annexation of Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. So-called ghost guns are now to be treated like other firearms in the U.S. President Biden announced the rule as a way to combat gun crimes. He challenged the NRA's position that the new rule is extreme.
Is it extreme to protect police officers? Extreme to protect our children? Extreme to keep guns out of the hands of people who couldn't even pass a background check?
This is USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, pick up where we left off there. Back at it at 844-844-3388. Get an update from Big Sexy this morning. What's going on in Arkansas?
We've had a few thunderstorms moving through here. Anyone that's traveling on I-40 west out of Memphis from about Forest City now, moving towards Memphis, affecting I-40 is a severe thunderstorm. It's warned it has hail in it, so be prepared for that.
All right, I'm looking at a cell. Yeah, there's one cluster east of Memphis. There's another back west of Memphis. So that's the one that's got the warning.
Yeah, that's the one the one west of Memphis. It's around Forest City right now on my radar. Along I-40, it's moving towards Memphis. It'll be moving right along I-40 into Memphis. Okay. It's supposed to have about quarter-size hail in it. It is a severe thunderstorm. It's warned.
Yeah,
so
okay.
they might want to be prepared for that hail, because a lot of these storms have been dropping hail. There was one place over in western Arkansas that today reported a golf ball size hail.
Now, supposedly later today, some of these storms could get hail up to the size of baseballs, if you could imagine that.
Yeah, that'll bust windshields and everything else.
Yeah.
We also had a tornado over in Faulkner County too. I seen the radar shot of it earlier. But I don't think the fuel is gone for tornadoes. I don't think we'll see any more of them tonight.
Not till probably later today.
May be a different story.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like later today. The greatest risk of tornadoes is going to be later today.
Well, I don't think later today is going to be as bad as Wednesday. For us, it depends on Wednesday morning. If we have rain and cloud cover all day, rain on and off, then that'll be good. If we have clearing and the sun comes out, lets everything recover to where the fuel and everything's there for it, then we'll be in for a rough evening Wednesday.
It recharges the atmosphere.
Stays cloudy and rain, that's bad for us.
Yep. The sunshine will destabilize and recharge.
Yeah, that's the bad thing. That's what happened to us on December 10th. We had sunshine all day, and it got up to about 80 degrees. And then we paid for it that evening. So, like you said, the sunshine and all that recharges that atmosphere, and that's what fuels them. Everything else is there. The flow from the Gulf and all that for the upper level flow and all that that's coming out of the Gulf. The temperatures are still warm. It just depends on what the cloud cover and rain does.
Yes, sir.
That's what I had for you.
All right. Well, aside from that, everything going smooth. Everything on schedule tonight. No problems at the press.
No, everything's going fine. I'm just north of this storm I'm talking about, headed right into it. So other than that, everything's good.
All right. Well, have a good morning. Be safe out there, and thanks for chiming in. Let me jump to Dan. Hello, Dan.
Hi, Steve. How you doing? I'm glad you hear you had a good show down in Louisville there, by the way. One of these years I'm going to be able to come up to it, get over to it. But what I'd called about was I kind of disagree with, I do disagree with Monkey Goucher. Biden got a great economy from Donald Trump. It's the best economy in my lifetime. I know I achieved more financially during that period. Of course, I worked, but I mean, I just, as I said before, as I thought before, no, Biden is the one that destroyed this economy, and he's blaming everybody. It was President Trump for the first 10 or 12 months. Now it's Putin, and then eventually, as this case gets heated up, it's to show you what a low rent he is. It's his son who has a drug problem. As if giving him as a father, you know what I'm saying? You don't really have the best shot in life. I don't, I'm not trying to make excuses for Hunter Biden, but let's face it, he lost his mother and his sister. Then eventually his brother died, and then he's got a loser for a father, and he is a loser. And I personally, anybody who is voted for Biden, and I've had this happen with a close family member, I've missed a funeral and I've missed a wedding, and I don't want to be around these people. That's the best way to handle it, now or ever. And sounds harsh, but he's totally evil. And so that's how I feel. But this economy, Steve, I think Chevy Guy was talking about that situation was that Shanghai he was referring to?
I believe.
Well, Tucker Carlson had on a film of Shanghai, and I'm telling you something. Well, first of all, the people are rioting because there's no food. They're saying we're starving.
Yep.
They're going into a lockdown again. They're putting the animals of the individuals they've put into a COVID prison, and it's worse than any prison we have. And they're putting these animals in like netted bags, and they're just out there starving to death. And no one can touch the animals. No one, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's dogs and cats that are put in these animals, are put in these bags. It's like you know what I'm saying, a bag that you'd put clothing in, with a zipper on it.
Yep.
Except it's made for animals. And it's just, I mean, when you see people like that, and you look at these food shortages, and these people haven't gotten food for 2 or 3 weeks. You know, people in America, you better hope the HELL, that's not coming here. And you know, this stuff like Monkey Gouger's talking about $800 to unload 600 cases, and I don't know if that's all by hand. When I think of a lumper, I think of somebody physically stacking cases. But that's pretty excessive, $800 for 600 cases. It sounded like the last shipment was 4 pallets, so they charged $200, $50 a pallet to take them off. And I mean, I'm anxious to see what the inflation rate is. And last but not least, that case of those aborted children in Washington, D.C. I happen to be able to look at the films through a conservative website, church-related website. They only showed less than 30 seconds. If that don't, it's sad. It's very, very sad. And I don't know what to say about a country that would allow something like that. And I'm speaking of the United States of America. I'm speaking of this country. And the only thing that's going to save it is God. I guess I could say that on your show. I
Yes,
know
sir.
on your show I can.
Yes, sir.
But I mean, it is absolutely disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And you know, one part of me says there's going to be a day of reckoning. And we're one of the few countries in the world that allow that. I don't know if people know that. These are fully grown children. I mean, these are children that look like they were born. And the host, who is pretty outspoken, Michael Boris is the host. He used to be a national on CBS, I guess. You know, he said he debated whether to put it on the website. And he goes, I thought, well, I did. And they gave a pretty stern warning that, you know, you should, if you want to watch it. And if I'd have known, I wish I hadn't seen it. Let's just put it that way to you. I wish I hadn't seen it. So, but anyway, I'm glad everything going all right with you.
Going fine on this end, yes,
with your
sir.
Family.
I know what you mean when you say some things can't be unseen. When you look at some things like that, it's like you wish you never saw it, right?
I do, Steve. When I looked at that this evening, I wish, and I thought maybe of sending it to you, but I don't want to. I mean, I just wish I hadn't seen it. And that sounds like a panty waste or whatever you want to say it, but it is disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And anybody, you know, this guy Biden, he's not my president. This guy Biden, he's evil. He's not old, and that's Joe. He's been this evil all his 50 years in public office and way the hell before that. And I want nothing to do with anybody that supported him or any company, people, whatever it is. I stay away from them. And do I think that I'm right and they're wrong? You damn right I do. When I see something like that, we've got an evil person. He is no different than Putin. 5 years ago, that may have lit up your lines, but he is no worse than Putin. I mean, Putin's no worse than him.
Mm-hmm.
You got to admit, he came in office. The first thing he did was try to overturn every abortion restriction President Trump had put in. So I want nothing to do with the man. By the way, Steve, Russia's economy, the ruble's stronger than the day before they invaded Ukraine.
And how that has bounced back is beyond me. I know the ruble's been coming back. How is that possible? It's beyond me.
Because it's based on the commodity. People want that oil. Dumbass Biden, Putin's not having trouble getting rid of his oil. He's not having trouble getting rid of his wheat. The Germans want his oil. The Germans want his gas. Other NATO nations want it. So does Biden. Biden's wrecking, he said he's going to wreck Russia's economy, and he's wrecking our own economy. And Putin, and the ruble is actually stronger than it was the day before he invaded Ukraine. And then don't get me wrong, Putin's evil. I put him in the same seat in hell with Joseph Biden. So, whatever, I might get censored for that. But anyway, Steve, I'm glad to hear you. I want you to know I haven't called in a lot, but I am listening every night that I'm out here. So, all
right, thanks so much for tuning in, Dan. It's always good to hear from you. All I know is the OPEC this past day said, they're not gonna pump more oil. Keep in mind, for years and years, it was OPEC, and then there was something called OPEC Plus. OPEC Plus included Russia. I mean, they're pretty much on the same page. They want the higher oil prices. And what Dan was just speaking about there, when it comes to the Russian gas, the natural gas, the European Union, they need that natural gas. Natural gas jumped like 6% yesterday to a 13-year high. Obviously we've got this cold shot coming in, this blizzard that's in the process of developing out west and in the northern tier of the country. So all of a sudden, millions of people again are going to be firing up the furnace. But I mean, natural gas on track for its highest close in 13 years. Give you more on that coming up. First, a quick timeout. Lines available at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, rolling toward news update, top of the hour. As we head up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hey there, seen, unseen, I got you. Sometime last week, Big Moose sent me an email. They said, hey, there's somebody trying to promote chat rooms, sex chat rooms and whatnot on your stream. But that particular morning, my restream wasn't operational. I just flipped it over here and I saw that a couple seconds ago, and I immediately blocked it, banned it from the restream, which that'll knock it off YouTube and Facebook. So, Steve, you've got to delete and ban these scumbag foreign trash bots. They're from overseas, and they do this on a lot of different chat rooms. Block and ban this spam with all the emojis. Yeah, I got it. So I don't know if that... I think that permanently blocks that particular address, but they've got probably hundreds of different addresses, All right, who else we got on board here? Hello, Kentucky Ken. Morning, Overnight Drive. Pennsylvania to North Carolina, safe travels. Kentucky Ken is listening in. Heat wave. I don't know, it's about the midnight hour there, isn't it? Heat wave waking up for whatever reason. Said, windy as you know what. Windy as hell at the Hacienda. We've got 58 degrees. All right. There you go. Anybody else? There's Barry, Morning Steve, and all the cartoon characters. 49 degrees, cloudy in southwestern New Hampshire this morning. All right, coming up, we'll get back to your calls, and our number is 844-844-3388. I pulled up the rest of in regards to natural gas this past day. In the heart of the report, apparently, Russia is still sending supplies via both pipeline and liquefied natural gas vessels. I guess the cargoes are still being delivered. Traders know one of the more surprising observations about the recent U.S. price run-up is that while U.S. gas prices, natural gas this is, have soared over 40% over the past month, European gas, which was currently trading around $32 per million British thermal units, actually fell about 23% as Russia keeps sending supplies via pipeline and vessels continue to deliver their cargo. Yeah, our prices are rising on domestic concerns, the cold weather coming here in the month of April that's going to keep heating demand high enough to prevent utilities from adding much gas to the storage facilities. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says thousands of Russian troops are preparing for a new offensive in eastern Ukraine, but he says they're ready. The Kremlin says its forces would scale down activities in the north and instead focus its efforts on the contested Donbas region in the east, where a mostly Russian-speaking population calls home. Russian-backed separatist forces have controlled 2 breakaway republics in Donbas since 2014, following Russia's annexation of Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. So-called ghost guns are now to be treated like other firearms in the U.S. President Biden announced the rule as a way to combat gun crimes. He challenged the NRA's position that the new rule is extreme.
Is it extreme to protect police officers? Extreme to protect our children? Extreme to keep guns out of the hands of people who couldn't even pass a background check?
This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Philadelphia is the first American city to reinstitute an indoor mask mandate due to rising COVID cases.
Health Commissioner Dr. Cheryl Bettengol says the uptick in cases does not have to upend daily life.
We do not believe that there's any reason to panic or to avoid activities we enjoy and that are important to us. Our city remains open. By wearing masks, we can continue to go about our daily lives and continue to take part in the life of our city without contributing to increasing transmission of COVID-19.
The mandate set to take effect April 18th. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The woman known as Soho Karen on social media has pleaded guilty to a hate crime charge. New York prosecutors say Maya Ponsetto pleaded guilty to unlawful imprisonment as a hate crime related to a 2020 incident where she accused the black teenage son of jazz musician Keon Harold of stealing her phone. The phone was actually left in an Uber and later returned to her. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
The woman who typed Schindler's List, a story later immortalized in a motion picture, is being remembered.
Mimi Reinhardt, a secretary in Oskar Schindler's office, has died. She was one of 1,200 Jews saved by German businessman Oskar Schindler after he bribed Nazi authorities to let him keep them as workers in his factories. Ms. Reinhardt typed the infamous Schindler's List. She died Friday at the age of 107 and was laid to rest Sunday near Tel Aviv, Israel. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A former police officer from Virginia was convicted of the role he played on January 6th. Federal jurors found Thomas Robertson guilty of all 6 counts, including interfering with law enforcement. His sentencing wasn't immediately scheduled. It's the second of hundreds of cases involving the insurrection at the Capitol. The first one ended in the conviction of a Texas man. Families with transgender teens are taking the state of Alabama to court. 2 lawsuits are challenging the state law signed Friday by Governor Kay Ivey that makes it a felony for doctors to treat trans youth under 19 with puberty blockers or provide hormone therapy. Unless the court steps in, the state law will take effect May 8th. Violators face up to 10 years in prison. Wall Street continued its losing ways on Monday. The Dow dropped 1%, losing 413 points. The Nasdaq took a 2% hit, falling 299 points. The S&P 500 was off 75, losing more than 1%. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
welcome into a Tuesday. All right, we close out a Monday on the West Coast. Good to have you on board here. And if you've had COVID, which I think most of us have by now, you've got brain damage. No kidding. COVID survivors have been warned that the brain could be irreversibly harmed by the virus. The brain has shown in dozens of studies to be damaged, even in people with the mildest cases. Brain fog, difficulty concentrating, memory problems, all have been reported. Yes, some encouraging studies suggesting most people see improvements in 6 to 9 months. But in this latest study, researchers at the University of Oxford, looking at people in the UK over the age of 50 who had a mild case of COVID, all 785 participants who were in the UK Biobank, a large database for medical research, and had 2 brain scans 38 months apart. A total of 401 participants had tested positive for COVID in between those 2 scans. The study found a number of effects on the brain. On average, 4.5 months following infection, COVID survivors had a greater reduction in what they call the gray matter thickness, tissue damage in the regions of the brain that are associated with smell. Especially going back to the original strain of COVID. Remember the loss of taste and smell? They had a reduction in whole brain size, and after performing a number of tests, showed a drop in cognitive function. The lead author of the study said despite the infection even being mild for 96% of the participants, we saw a greater loss of gray matter volume and greater tissue damage in infected patients. They also showed greater decline in their mental abilities to perform complex tasks, and this mental worsening was partly related to these brain abnormalities. All of these negative effects were more marked in older ages. A key question for future brain imaging studies is to see if the brain tissue damage maybe resolves over the long term. It's not clear at this stage if the effects on the brain are reversible or not. The fact that we have pre-infection scan helps us distinguish the changes in the brain related to the infection from differences that may have pre-existed in their brains. But the evidence, they say, is stacking up. This echoes the findings of a number of other studies. Researchers at Tulane University reported findings last week based on studying primates, which are used in studies for the likeness to humans. They found severe brain swelling and injury linked to reduced blood flow or oxygen to the brain. They also found evidence of small bleeds, neuron damage, and death, even in primates that did not have severe illness. Now, because the subjects did not experience significant respiratory symptoms, no one expected them to have the severity of disease that we found in the brain. But the findings were distinct and profound and undeniably the result of the infection. Meanwhile, researchers, including University of Imperial College London and Cambridge, found that COVID can cause a, quote, substantial drop in intelligence. A series of tests on memory, reasoning, planning, and problem solving in more than 81,000 people. Now, people who had been on a ventilator during their sickness were most likely to see a decline in scores. In a classic intelligence test, they would have lost the equivalence of 7 points in their IQ, according to the test. These results accord with reports of long COVID, where the brain fog, trouble in concentrating, difficulty finding the correct words are common. All right, so we all have brain damage thanks to COVID. What do we learn next? All right, our number 844-844-3388. And back to the calls here. Let's check in with Philip. Morning, Philip.
Morning, Steve. How you doing, bud?
Hanging with him. I don't know if I can notice my brain damage, but I did have COVID, and it was a rather mild case. But I guess based on the studies, I've lost some gray matter.
Oh, boy. Well, you out here got to do what you got to do. Sometimes you got to hurt things. So I guess damage is damage. So
I don't know. Could it be any worse? Could it be any worse than the gray matter I lose any weekend on Skullbusters? What do you think?
I don't know. Talk to Moose and see if he loses any on the flat splat.
There you go.
So, hey, I just wanted to comment on that deal. I just heard y'all talking about the ruble. If anybody's been watching the situation over there, he basically has made it to where if you want to buy their oil, you got to invest in their banking system over there. So that means you got to buy rubles to buy their oil. So what he's doing, that's what he's raising the price of the ruble up, is you got to, if you want to buy his oil, you've got to have a banking account in his banks, and you've got to trade it with rubles. You can't trade it with any other foreign currency. So did you hear that, Steve?
I did see where he was requiring, I guess, certain countries, I guess any Western-leaning countries, to have to make purchases in the ruble.
Yeah, if you want to buy Russian oil or anything coming out of Russia, you have to have a banking account there, and you have to transfer your currency into their currency to buy it. And that's the rule with them right now. Yeah. And also, if anybody wants to know the kind of people these guys are, Steve, and I've seen this last night on the Euro News, and this about made me sick. Those guys are over there, and, well, we've heard about the atrocities as far as the rape and all that kind of stuff. But these guys are raping 83-year-old ladies. I mean, come on. What kind of person is that?
Yeah.
You know, it's plumb sickening, some of the stuff they're seeing over there. And I don't know if you saw it or not, Steve, but did you see my links I posted to you about Mr. Ntpa over in Ukraine?
If you shared them via email, if you weren't for anyone that wasn't with us in the first hour there, my email is, it wasn't working correct earlier, and now I can't even get it to open up. So anyone who's tried to email me this morning, I can't even open the email up. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Well, I sent you the links to on YouTube, Mr. Ntpa, and he's not the Ntpa as far as the Ntpa Airlines. He's not the guy who started that, but his family wasn't. It's a different family, but he actually worked for the family. He's worked for him for over 29 years, and he is the guy that actually took care of that big plane, the one they destroyed, the world's biggest plane. He went back into where the plane was and went through everything and described, what they did to it, how they destroyed it. He's got his own YouTube channel, and it's amazing what these guys did. I shouldn't say amazing, it's just crazy, but they clustered a lot of stuff together to blow it up, and some of it, they just put holes in everything. A lot of it can be repaired, but just some of the ways they destroyed some of this equipment is crazy. And also, Steve, if you get a chance, look on YouTube and type in the Russian aircraft carrier. Russia has one aircraft carrier. Do you know about that?
I can't say that I do. No, sir.
All right, so Russia has an aircraft carrier, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly. You'd have to get with Chris about this because he's the chemical engineer guy. It burns fuel called Montsaw. And what that is it's a fuel that's heavily oil-based. It's a diesel. It's a kerosene. It's heavily diesel. And this ship burns it. It's one of the last ships that in the world that burn this. And the only people that produce it are Russia. They're the only place that they can get the fuel for this ship. And supposedly it's the only big aircraft carrier that Russia has. I know they have other aircraft carriers, but they're smaller ones. But they're just they use regular diesel in the turbines. But this ship smokes so much that you could see it coming from 5 miles away.
Wow.
And all the people that serve on it are dying because of this fuel that it burns is so sooty that, like, the pilots go to get in the airplanes, they have to suit them up and put them in the airplane on the lower deck, bring them up, and they have to stay in their airplane till they get ready to go. They can't just hop in the airplane up on the top deck. They got to stay with the airplane from the time it comes out of the maintenance hangar up the lift into the upper deck before they can launch it. So they have to stay in there because if they didn't, they would be covered in soot. The airplanes are like covered in soot. There's so much stuff coming out of it because it's an oil-based. It's heavier in oil. It's like, do you know about the numbers on kerosene, Steve?
Whereas what, kerosene's a much cleaner burning?
Yes. You know how you have, back in the old days, you had diesel, number 1, number 2, you had all the different gradings of kerosene. Well, this stuff is rated at like number 6.
Wow.
Which is like down toward the bottom, okay? And it's bad stuff. And there's some interesting articles on it. I've been reading about this shipment, and it works on off a boiler system like they used to have years ago with a lot of ships. They worked off a boiler system and used steam. And I can't believe that you see all these up-to-date, state-of-the-art Russian jets on this old aircraft carrier, and it's about ready to fall apart. So, but that's all I got to say today, Steve. Y'all have a good one. And by the way, the guys are doing good up there at the space station. And there's going to be another crew that's going up in a couple of weeks. So we'll see how that goes, Steve. You have a good one. Thank you.
Thanks for the update. Thank you, Philip. Have a great morning. All right. It's 844-844-3388. We'll return in 2 here. Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me give you an update on the whole Hunter Biden laptop. The story the plot thickens with each passing day. I guess the latest development, an ethics watchdog group is calling for the federal government to expand the investigation, demanding that the U.S. government also examine tens of millions of anonymous donations from China to the University of Pennsylvania, where there's an academic center named for his father, President Joe Biden. The National Legal and Policy Center, a watchdog group, wants to find out if relationships between the Bidens and these organizations violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act. The original NLPC 12-page complaint, which was filed in October of 2020, way back when this whole laptop story first began to surface, before it was shut down as Russian propaganda by pretty much all the mainstream media and the social media outlets. It states, the National Legal and Policy Center hereby files this complaint against Hunter Biden, the Truman National Security Project, and the University of Pennsylvania and its Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagements, because there's reason to believe that one or more of them or their agents may have failed to register as a foreign agent under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. They've got the code and whatnot there. Regarding their political activities on behalf of a foreign country or principal. NLPC requests a full investigation of this matter, which we believe may lead to other civil or criminal violations of federal law, including conspiracy, money laundering, tax evasion, and wire fraud that may have been committed by Hunter Biden and his associates, including his uncle James and his father Joe. Now, they actually go to the Department of Justice, the definition of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. I won't bore you with that. I'll let you go ahead and look it up and read for yourself if you're interested. Anyway, the National Legal and Policy Center is calling on U.S. Attorney for the District of Delaware, David Weiss, to investigate the Truman National Security Project and the University of Pennsylvania, and again, including the school's Biden Center. It was February of 2018, Penn started the Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement, a Washington, D.C.-based policy center. Antony Blinken, whom Biden named as his Secretary of State, served as the Biden Center's managing director until 2019. The Truman National Security Project is a left-leaning Washington, D.C.-based think tank that conducts training in national security issues and advocates the U.S. take a more active role in promoting liberal policies as part of the nation's foreign policy. The NLPC reported on the ties between the Truman Security Project and, remember, Burisma? The Ukrainian energy company, Burisma, where Biden was paid $83,333 for consulting services, despite previously not having any experience whatsoever in the energy field. Of course, then he was a board member until 2019 on the liberal Truman National Security Project, along with Sally Painter, who was the COO of Blue Star Strategies, a lobbying firm that was retained by Burisma to promote its interest before the State Department. The Truman Project, which actually endorsed Kamala Harris in 2016 for her Senate race, failed to note on its 2017 tax filing that Hunter and Painter had a business relationship with each of them through Burisma. The complaint cites a text message from Hunter Biden to his business partner Tony Bobolinsky, May 1 of 2017, regarding their client CEFC, a state-controlled Chinese energy company. We don't want to have to register as foreign agents, which is much more expansive than people who should know choose not to know, said Hunter. In another email sent April of 2015, Burisma's advisor thanking Hunter for arranging the meeting with his father, who was then, of course, Vice President Joe Biden. U.S. Attorney Weiss should pursue the larger Biden family influence selling operation without any political pressure from Merrick Garland or the Justice Department. Now, the New York Post reported the Ivy League college raked in $54.6 million from 2014 through 2019 in donations from China, no less, including $23.1 million in anonymous gifts starting in 2016. Why would it be that China would just have such a keen interest in donating millions of dollars to this particular college? The National Legal and Policy Center calls on U.S. Attorney Weiss to examine the $67.6 million in gifts and contracts sent from China to the University of Pennsylvania between January 1 of 2013 and June 30th of 2019. The University of Pennsylvania received the third highest amount of funding from groups in mainland China. Third, well, who would have been first in there? They were behind Harvard and the University of Southern California. The Philadelphia Inquirer reported financial institutions collectively were among China's leading gift givers to Penn. 6 banks in China gave donations or contracts to Penn that were collectively worth $13.6 million. There was another big donor, E-House Holdings Limited, a real estate service company that gave $6.3 million in gifts. That's, again, another Chinese company. And this stuff's been going on. I mean, that dates back to 2013? All right, final hour. Let's see. We're at the bottom of the hour. So we've got another segment coming up, and then our final hour ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The mayor of Mariupol says more than 10,000 residents have been killed, and it's possible that the death toll is more than 20,000. Vadim Boyzhenko, talking to the Associated Press, says his hard-hit Ukrainian port city has bodies, quote, carpeted through the streets. Mariupol has suffered some of the most brutal attacks in the Russian invasion that began in late February. Boyzhenko alleges that Russians brought mobile cremation equipment. All signs now pointing to the Kremlin planning an offensive in eastern Ukraine, but there are signs of resistance.
British intelligence is reporting Monday Ukrainian troops have pushed back several Russian assaults in the country's east, the focus of a new offensive by Russian invaders and their new commander, nicknamed the Butcher of Syria. President Zelensky said this week will be crucial to the course of the war. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen. You can put one in the living room. You can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Put in my promo code Classic3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code Classic3 and you'll also get free shipping. The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Okay, rolling into a Tuesday. You know, your week off, your week rather is off to a good start. Our number 844-844-3388. And for those, typically I'd be keeping up with emails throughout the night. I get lots of emails from folks passing this along, that along, but I don't have any email this morning. Inoperational. I don't know what's going on, but I'll be on the line with the tech department there. I don't know if it's at the servers there at LSI, which that's where my email comes through their servers. We'll see if we can figure out what's going on. But all right, of course, weather-wise, a major storm going to produce a widespread, dangerous, severe weather outbreak across the midsection of the country here through midweek. Tens of millions of people in nearly 24 states, from the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes. Predictions by AccuWeather, going all the way back to the middle of last week, was talking about the significance of a multi-day severe weather outbreak appears to be on target. We already saw some of those storms firing up this past day. Now, the people living or traveling through the region need to monitor your forecast closely, have your weather alerts device activated. Most people use the smartphone these days, but some of these storms are going to target the same areas each day. You may see a round of severe weather today, and when it's over, say, okay, we made it through this one, but then maybe another round on Wednesday. Flooding is going to become a great concern. Arkansas, Missouri, those are two states that could be particularly hard hit, according to AccuWeather. Another explosion of severe weather is anticipated later this afternoon into Tuesday night, stretching from eastern Texas, much of Louisiana, northward all the way into southern Minnesota, and even parts of southwestern Wisconsin, they tell us. Violent thunderstorms likely to develop over two different areas. You're going to have the southern threat, the northern threat, two different branches of this storm. The one will encompass areas from, say, Dallas, Texas, into southeastern Oklahoma and southwestern Arkansas. Now, you could see some stronger storms anywhere in between that and the northern threat, which extends from eastern Kansas, western Missouri, through about the western half of Iowa, the zone at the greatest risk today and Tuesday night for tornadoes, very large hail, flash flooding, intense downpours, and damaging winds approaching 80 miles per hour in some of these thunderstorms. There's your heads up. As we look toward Wednesday into Wednesday night, that's when the highest risks looks to be north central and northeast Arkansas, southeastern portions of Missouri, on over into southern Illinois, the southernmost reaches of Indiana, the Evansville area, in that northwestern corner of Tennessee. That's the greatest risk, but you could see damaging storms stretching anywhere from the southern half of Wisconsin all the way down to the Gulf Coast. So big impacts over the next couple of days. Meanwhile, back to the calls here. I'll see if Eagle's hanging in there with us. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, we got you. What's happening?
Yeah, hold on for a minute. Okay, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Yes, sir. Lay it on us.
Okay, yeah, Steve. After I talked to you, I overheard some people on your next cover call after me talking about this situation in Shanghai, China, with the COVID virus. This is crazy, man. I'm looking at a YouTube video, Steve. They have the whole city shut down in Shanghai, a city of 26 million people, and they got a drone footage of this in place, and the place is like a ghost town. The freeways are empty. The streets are empty. Ain't nobody on the street. They got 26 million people locked in their homes in China. And dare you not go out of your home or you suffer the consequences of this violating this communist government. You know, Steve, this deal here, man, this virus, we've been talking about this whole deal for 2 years now, and unfortunately, the virus is not over. It's just a matter of time before this virus in China breaks loose and makes its way towards the United States of America. It's up to the United States on how they react to it and what needs to take place. There's no need to get scared and over make these drastic rules, lockdowns, masks, and this and that, because none of this stuff is gonna work. You need to go on with your daily life. If this virus does make its way towards the United States of America, but we'll see. Like a couple of your callers have called in earlier and said that they're gonna try to use this as a way to lock down the elections coming up in November. They might try to play that game to keep people from voting. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if they try to use that to this bad. But at this point, even with the virus is not enough to stop the American people. They're fed up with the Democrats. They've seen enough. Most people I talk to with the drastic measures, the Biden. The crime, as Sean Hannity calls them, Steve, the Biden crime family. So that's exactly what they are, a crime family. This man here, he gets away with everything. It's ridiculous, Steve, that there's no justice whatsoever for Biden. His son can do whatever the hell he want to do. If his last name was Donald Trump, if Trump had a son and he was doing all the corrupt stuff this man was doing, you can bet your last dollar Donald Trump and his son would be in jail right now. It's the most ridiculous thing I ever seen in my life that Hunter Biden can still be on the streets. And here's the sad part about it, Steve. At the taxpayer's expense, I forgot to tell you that last week. I seen something. Do you realize that this guy is in I forgot how much this home was valued at, but it's a lot of money if it's in Malibu, California. Hunter Biden is held up in a home in Malibu, California at the expense of the taxpayers paying for this loser to hide from justice. It's just ridiculous that Biden is doing what he's doing, Steve. And here's the problem with Biden. It's like a runaway train. The Biden Express is like a runaway train with no brakes there at this point, Steve. It's the only thing that can save America is if this train just runs right off the tracks. Because right now, Biden and his team, they are full steam, full speed ahead, and destroying America. And the only thing that can save us now, like I said, is if the train run off the tracks. It's just unbelievable what is transpiring in America. I never thought, Steve, I told you this over 2 years ago when Biden got in the White House. I knew that we was in trouble, man, but I never thought it would be this bad. In my worst nightmare, I'm talking about a nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy Krueger type dream, did I ever think that Joe Biden would put us in this position that we're in now. I'm just totally amazed and shocked at what's going on. But something what we found out, Steve, over the last week, I heard another one of your callers mention Barack Obama's name, and it's just a mention of that guy there. I never thought he's almost in the same class as Biden. But I think we found out last week. If you look at the video of Joe Biden standing there looking like a clueless, like a deer in the headlights, when everybody is ignoring him and going straight to Barack Obama, I think we learned who the true leader of the United States of America is, and it looked like it's good old Barack Obama. And Joe Biden is just a puppet that they're using to pull his strings. And Joe Biden, he's just in the background, standing there like I said, like he doesn't know absolutely nothing. It's the most ridiculous thing we've ever gone through, Steve. The United States, we're real close to being done, Steve. The only thing that can save us right now is God. And like I said, before you go to bed tonight, I'm definitely going to say my prayers for America because, believe me, we need it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. Thank you much. Yeah, just to clarify one thing, as far as the taxpayers covering the cost of Hunter's mansion there in Malibu, it's not Hunter's mansion that the taxpayers are paying for. That's he's in a $20,000, I believe, is it a week or a month? See, a month, $20,000 a month. What we are paying for is the Secret Service protection, which is a $30,000 per month rental in Malibu. The Secret Service, $30,000 a month to protect Hunter. Now, this was about a week ago when that information surfaced. Hunter, of course, who is under federal investigation for his foreign business dealings, has been staying in Malibu throughout his father's presidency. Again, $20,000 of his own wealth each month, renting the mansion, but the Secret Service, who is responsible for protecting the president and his family, spending even more per month on a nearby mansion to protect him. Sources told ABC News the Secret Service chose the mansion where a team of agents live and work to be as close as possible to Hunter. Due to the need to maintain operational security, the Secret Service does not comment on the means, the methods, or resources to conduct these protective operations. But all this as the investigation into the Hunter laptop continues. His work in Europe, Asia, especially Ukraine, that came under scrutiny during the 2020 presidential race. And, of course, that actually helped to set off Trump's first impeachment. All right, the government is looking into whether Hunter actually violated the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Of course, the White House says, we're confident he hasn't broke any laws. No, not a chance. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here about 9 before the hour. Our number 844-844-3388. I believe is that Wayne checking in. Hello, Wayne.
Hello there, Steve. Good morning.
Morning.
Hello?
Hey, what you got for us, Wayne? What's happening?
Oh, just checking in with you. A long-time listener, first-time caller.
First-time caller. All right. Hey.
I used to listen to you on the other station there a long time ago.
Yes, sir.
So I'm just running from Indiana out to Virginia Beach here a couple of times a week, and I always get the show on.
Well, I haven't had a first-time caller in a few days. I got to get you a hotshot secret first-time caller code.
Sounds great. I met you there at the truck show in Louisville.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What day were you there, Wayne?
I was there on a Saturday.
Saturday? Okay. The busy day, the busiest day.
Yeah, the busy day. Yeah, I met the horse feathers there too that day.
So what'd you think about the show? Was that your first time there, or are you a veteran of like the Mid-America?
That was the second time I'd been there. The other time was last one time they had it before COVID.
Okay, yeah. So what'd you think of the show overall?
It was good, but it wasn't as big as it used to be. I didn't think so.
Yeah, I see all the lack of the OEMs, and I thought I mentioned before. I thought just based on our new locations, things seemed a little busier around our booth, but the overall numbers were down, close to 20,000 compared to what they'd had in previous truck shows. 58,000 was the official number.
Well, hopefully it gets back up there. Keep COVID away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And if we can get maybe the cost of fuel to come down a bit, and and several others, and get the OEMs back to the show. It blew my mind that they opted not to be there.
Yeah, I can't believe they did that, but I don't know. I don't know why.
Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Seeing as my email is not operational this morning, typically I would email that to Josh or Chad, and they'll get you the code. I'm obviously going to have to get on the horn with probably Chad later this morning to see if he can maybe log in remotely to my computer and see if we can figure out what the hell's going on here. But yeah, just hang tight. We'll get you a code here.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for listening in. First-time caller there at 844-844-3388. One other tidbit also that with the severe weather threat we've been talking about this morning for the upcoming day, got the message from Tom Kelly there at tncradio.live that the normal morning programming is going to be kind of suspended this morning, where they would typically run some repeats for the first couple of hours following my program. Yeah, they're going to be going live. Tom Kelly will be on tncradio.live immediately following the overnight drive here, keeping you up to date with all the latest news, travel, weather, traffic info as well. And the rest of the morning crew will be joining in as the morning goes on. But if you're going to be out there, drivers out in the midst of the weather, they're encouraging you to give them a call at the TNC Radio studios there to share your live reports. Of course, via the tncradio.live app, there's simple one button to push, which will dial into their studios. And of course, when we're on from midnight to 5 Eastern, you can it's also one button to push that'll get you to our studios via the tncradio.live app there. Looks like this morning some of the greater concern are probably going to be some of our friends that are traveling out west, as the snows have indeed begun to fill in. We're looking at some areas of heavier snow stretching from Salt Lake City all the way up into Montana. I'm trying to scroll in, zoom in a little bit. Where are we seeing some of the heavier snow showers this morning? The snows have begun in earnest there in northwestern South Dakota on up into south central North Dakota. But right now, most of there's a line of fairly heavy snow to the south of Bismarck. Head on down to, let's see, northwestern portions of Colorado from Steamboat Springs back to the Utah line. Central portions of Wyoming, stretching from Riverton, Wyoming, all the way up into Montana. Snow filling in from Billings to Roundup over toward Missoula, Montana. And this is going to be a slow-moving storm. Going to take several days to progress off to the east and the northeast. And in that time frame, going to drop 1-2 feet, maybe 30-inch snowfall totals in some areas. But the winds are already kicking. We've got wind advisory stretching literally from Southern California to Texas, and from there as you head off to the north, I mean, and literally pretty much all of New Mexico, about the northern half of Arizona, on over into central portions of Kansas. Wind advisories, high wind watches in place for eastern portions of South Dakota. Winter storm watches now in place all the way up into northwestern Minnesota. A couple minutes before we hit top of the hour news update here, let's get to a heat wave this morning. I believe checking in from the Hacienda. Is that correct?
Well, close to it. I'm over here in Albuquerque, senor. So, yeah, you just full of good news with the weather, ain't you? We've got a couple of fires out here in New Mexico, prescribed burns, and common sense, which ain't so common, especially in government agencies, would suggest that you don't start a fire in a windy
in a windstorm, you think?
And it's not like yeah, really. I mean, and you would think that since they knew the winds were coming, they would have put it off. But no. In their infinite wisdom, New Mexico is on fire. Yay. So enough of that nonsense. Now that house that my son is getting, apparently everything was a little exaggerated. All right, so they do have security at this facility, and they check the houses at least once a week. And as of Monday, there was nobody in that house that my son had bought.
Okay.
So apparently this person had got in either Monday night or Tuesday morning. And so they had only been dead for 3 days, not for a whole week, as mentioned earlier. But the good news is that, yes, even though the smell has permeated half of the house, it is mainly located in the master bedroom. And the person had built himself a pallet of the construction material that was left inside the house. So some of the juices started.
Okay, that was absorbed by that. All right, well, let's pause there. We get our news update, top of the hour.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
U.S. officials pointed to new indications that the Kremlin is preparing for a major offensive in Ukraine's eastern Donbas region after Russian forces failed to capture Kyiv. The mayor of Mariupol, Vadim Blazhenko, telling the Associated Press that more than 10,000 residents have died and that the death toll could surpass 20,000. The Ukrainian port city has seen some of the bloodiest attacks since Russia invaded Ukraine in late February. President Biden, in an effort to crack down on so-called ghost guns, says the weapons are to be treated as other firearms under a new rule from the Justice Department as part of an effort to crack down on violent crime. Technology stocks sank the market as the Dow lost 413 points, a 1% drop. The Nasdaq took a 2% hit, falling 299 points, and the S&P 500 was off by 75 points, losing more than 1% of its value. This is USA Radio News.
Hey friends, John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energize Health. Come on, you've heard about us on Newsmax Television, on Wayne Allen Root. We have helped tens of thousands of people all across America and around the world to lose fat, to reverse every disease you can imagine. High blood pressure, diabetes, Meniere's disease, arthritis, Come on, you can get healthy this year. And because you're associated with war, you get a 40% discount. Are you kidding me? We only do that because we love Wayne Allen Root and he loves you. So you just have to take an action step. Be a beautiful, beloved skeptic, but go log on to EnergizeHealth.com, look at testimonials just like you, do your research, listen to Dr. Brian Taylor, log on EnergizeHealth.com and change your life in 2022.
Philadelphia is the first major American city to reinstate its indoor mask mandate after a sharp increase in COVID-19 infections. City Health Commissioner Dr. Cheryl Bettigol says she wants to hold off a potential new wave driven by the BA2 subvariant of Omicron, which has become the dominant strain of the coronavirus in the U.S. recently. The mask mandate will begin on Monday. The Biden administration has asked a federal appeals court to clear a procedural hurdle that remains following a court win and allow it to resume enforcement of a vaccine mandate for federal employees. A divided Fifth Circuit panel reversed a ruling by a federal judge in Texas, saying last week that Feds for Medical Freedom should have pursued internal avenues before filing a lawsuit. Pacific Gas and Electric has agreed to pay more than $55 million to avoid criminal prosecution for two major wildfires sparked by its aging power lines in Northern California. You are listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The nation's top infectious disease expert says it's time to adjust to a new normal.
Dr. Anthony Fauci on ABC News insisting it's now up to Americans to make their own decisions.
This is not going to be eradicated and it's not going to be eliminated. And what's going to happen is that we're going to see that each individual is going to have to make their calculation of the amount of risk that they want to take.
The White House chief medical advisor said Americans will have to consider factors such as their age, vaccination status, and whether they live with COVID-vulnerable individuals when it comes to coronavirus precautions. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A part of the federal government's nuclear waste repository in New Mexico was evacuated over the weekend after workers handling a shipping container discovered a small amount of radioactive waste inside it. No indications of airborne contamination, and workers' hands and feet turned up negative for contamination following the discovery. Officials confirmed that the shipment was packed and sent from Idaho National Laboratory, but they were trying to find out the source of the liquid. Krispy Kreme is doing their part to ease your pain at the pump.
The chain announcing in the new deal they'll set a dozen original glazed donuts for the price of a gallon of regular gas. Every Wednesday from April 13th to May 4th, Krispy Kreme will use Monday's average to set the promotional cost. A dozen of glazed donuts usually goes for around $10. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And in New York, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are my ears deceiving me, or did I actually hear Dr. Fauci just say, this is not going to be eradicated. It is not going to go away. It's going to be up to each individual Hey, us, to make our own decisions? Did he say that? That's what I heard. Hey, Fauci, have you told Joe that? Have you told Sleepy Joe yet that the American people are going to have to make their own decisions? How much risk they want to take? Take your age into consideration. Take whether you live with immunocompromised people. To make your own choice. Isn't that what we've been saying for the past 2 damn years? Hello, Joe. In other words, it's time to end the mandates. Fauci said it. It's not going to be eradicated. Boy, somewhere down the line, the science sure did change. I mean, right out of the box, as the vaccines were being developed, what were we told? The only way to end this pandemic is for everybody to get the shot. Of course, many of us at the time said, nope, that's not going to happen. It's not going to work. Oh, the only way to prevent yourself from getting sick is to get the shot. Nope, wrong again. Vaccines. They don't prevent you from contracting or spreading COVID. The science continues to change. But he just said that. Somebody get a memo to Sleepy Joe, please. It's time for the American people to make their own decisions, which that should have been the case from day number one. At the same time, I saw this. Apparently, there's a judge somewhere in recent days that actually, I guess, overruled a lower court ruling about the federal employee vaccine mandate. That, remember, it's been on, and then it was off, and then it was back on, and this would include like anyone that's a federal government contract employee, anyone that technically, kind of works for the government. And now they're trying to get it re-implemented again because a judge, again, overturned the lower court ruling. Where does it end? All right. With that, it is 844-844-3388. This stuff you just can't make up. Hey, Heatwave, it's time for you to make your own decisions. Dr. Fauci gives you permission to make your own choices about your own body.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so very much. I was, oh, jeez. Good Lord. Well, you know what this is. It's midterm election BS. You know, they're going to say anything and everything they can to woo back their supporters.
Yeah.
And just as soon as if they were to get back, then the same old crap's going to hit the fan again. Then they'll say, well, science suggested that we need to re-implement everything and you must get the shot. They're going to tell you some honey-soaked lies to get you to believe. And then once you do, then they'll, like I said, it'll just, that damn door is going to fall back on you again. Yeah, I was taken aback too, but, that's all it is. It's nothing. It's a political thing. Fauci's been in the game for how long as a bureaucrat? But he knows who he likes, who he wants. Because nothing that anything anyone's going to do is going to hurt him because he's done made all the money he can make.
Yeah.
But he needs to get out. There really needs to be an age limit in Congress. Just make things right. You know, if there's a mandatory retirement age that you must retire by, and by God, government services needs to have that one too. So anyways, how far did we get on my story about my son's house?
Oh, the fact that the squatter, the druggie, whatever, had made, I guess, like a pallet of construction materials, and that's where we left off.
Yes. Yep. So they will have a professional cleaner go in and take care of it. My son doesn't believe in the afterlife and the hocus pocus and spooks, haunts and haints.
Mm-hmm.
So, he's perfectly happy with them cleaning up the place. And he said, they talked about getting another house, and they said that would be another bureaucratical nightmare, because the place was zoned for that house in particular. What else? If they were to build him another house, it would be $130,000 more, since the price of materials and, of course, the transportation costs have gone up. So, I don't know. I mean, if it was me, I would for sure have a whole bunch of sage and a whole bunch of crucifixes inside that house just to make sure. But that's me.
Yeah.
So, anyways, y'all were talking about the ruble is gaining strength. None of this crap would have been happening had Biden just let things be with the pipeline, with the drilling. And it did not have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. We were putting out more oil and gas, I guess, than what all of OPEC could do. And we were doing it more safely, more cost effective. And, the liberals will be the death of this country. And if we're not close to dying now, we will be after the next election if the liberals keep the majorities. And pretty soon we are going to be the minority screaming for help, and they're going to just thumb their nose at us because they've already helped out their base and enriched themselves with their policies to bankrupt and just to absolutely destroy this country. Goodness, I don't know. The stupidity and hypocrisy abounds. And, talking about Dane Bremage from the COVID,
yes.
Well, I must have that because there are some times where I can't find the words either. I just thought it was getting up to be an old age.
Yeah, we've all got a little brain
but I
fog.
haven't had COVID.
Brain fog these days. Well, at least you may have had it and didn't know. I mean, remember early on, millions of people would have it and wouldn't even know they had it. Asymptomatic. I mean, even people with mild kids, you might have had it and never even known it.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It's crazy. Trump did not make this a warp speed thing to where we had to take it. It was going to be a personal choice.
Yep.
But it was there for you at no cost. And these jackasses in charge now, well, they want you to take it no matter what. And like I said, what Fauci said, it's nothing but election rhetoric. So
I wouldn't doubt it a bit. I mean, you go back those 2.5. It's been like, I guess, about 2.5 years ago. I mean, we were all asking those exact questions. Are you going to try to tell the American people they must get a shot? Are you going to tell the people that they must do this or must? And you had Jen Psaki and Dr. Fauci, and at that point in time, Dr. Scarf, Dr. Birx, all saying the same thing. No, we would never stoop to the point of forcing people to take something they don't want to take. It's that lie after lie after lie.
Yep. That's that's politics. I mean, politicians will do that. They'll lie to get what they want. Oh, did you see where Peter Doocy got Jen Psaki in a corner? He said he was quoting from a government source about the border. If they repeal 42, there's going to be 18,000 more
a day.
And Jen Psaki was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Where did you get this information?
Oh, boy.
And he threw it right back in her face, and she was just like, okay. I mean, these people are so worried about issues that really shouldn't concern us outside of our border. And they what they should be concerned with our border, they give a rat's behind less. So, I mean, if you think the Democrats are for the American people, you really need to check it out again, because they have proven time after time they are for others, and we have to pay for others' benefits to come in. And I'm getting sick and tired of it. I just wish people would wake up and smell the coffee and drink some as well. Well, senor, I'll let you go. Have yourself a good morning.
All right. Have fun out there. You may get some of that snow, right, in your forecast. I can only imagine Jen Psaki. What'd she say? Oh, I'll have to circle back on that. Where did you get that report? Oh, I'll have to circle back. Can I have a copy of that report? 17 past the hour. Yeah, it's a Tuesday, 12th day of April. Of course, the baseball season is well underway. But in the town where our secret bunker is located here in Cincinnati, Ohio, today is officially what they're calling opening day. It'll be the first home game of the season for the Cincinnati Reds. And, technically, it's been like 3 years since we've had a real opening day. Someone once said, the citizens of this Ohio city do not consider opening day just as opening day. They consider it one small notch below Christmas. I know some other cities around the country, it's a big thing to have an opening day, but this town goes all out. I mean, it's first thing when the sun comes up in the morning, they'll be having their kegs and eggs. The bars downtown opening early. And so people can get nice and juiced up before the game. They'll have, of course, I think the whole opening day parade is back on for this year, where, tens of thousands of people line the streets in downtown Cincinnati, and it's just pretty much an all-day party. Over the years, there were a couple occasions, and today will be no exception. I guess most of the younger kids are on spring break, like my grandchildren are on spring break right now. But in normal seasons, everything's late this year because of the lockout and whatnot. But I mean, moms and dad would take their kids out of school for the day to go down and let them watch the parade. And many people will just hang out. They'll have the game playing on the big screen down at Fountain Square. And obviously not everybody in town's going to be able to have a ticket to get into the game, but they'll hang out downtown with the crowd and the fans and watch the game on the big screen and just have a big time. Opening day in Cincinnati. All right, we'll return into it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, all I know is it's been many, many years since I've been to a Kmart. I didn't realize there were any Kmarts left. There ain't many. There's about to be one less. I guess it's Avenel, New Jersey, where they say the familiar sights and sounds are still there. Scuffed, faded floor tiles. That relentless beige on beige color scheme. The toddler's clothes, refrigerators, pretty much everything in between. They've even got the canned recording of "Attention Kmart shoppers." Except nowadays it's to remind people about the COVID precautions rather than a blue light special in the ladies' lingerie like back in the day. Remember those days? Yeah, many of the shelves, they say, are bare, although at the Kmart in Avenel, New Jersey, picked over by bargain hunters, the store is preparing to close its doors for good on April 16th. Once the doors are shuttered, how many will be left? Yeah, the number of Kmarts in the United States was at one point in time well over 2,000 stores. Will be down to three in the continental U.S. and a handful elsewhere, they say. A retail world which is now, of course, dominated by Walmart, Target, and Amazon. The demise of the store in the middle-class suburb, about 15 miles south of New York City, the tale of the death of the discount department store Ritz Small. So in its heyday, of course, Kmart sold everything. I mean, products endorsed by celebrities, Martha Stewart, the Jacqueline Smith line. They sponsored NASCAR auto races. They were mentioned in Hollywood films like Rain Man and Beetlejuice. How about that? So there will be 3 that remain once this one shuts its doors. Blue light special. Hey, good morning, Vic. What's happening?
Oh, not a lot. I was just sitting here going in my mind, Kmart, that was something that S.S. Kresge and Company, that was an old line retailer that had all the downtown stores. And when they went to the suburbs, they started Kmart. And then Kmart kind of got a problem because they were letting their managers go before they could start draw their retirement pay. And that's when you come up with a 10-year vested retirement. Anyway, there's quite a story behind that. The hedge fund operator, I can't recall his name, but he's the one that basically, when they went to all these credit derivatives and swaps and where you can make more money by making a company, by breaking a company than you could by rescuing a company, he went after him tooth and nail. And there was a company out of, I think it was, anyway, it's called Fleming Foods. they kept trying to keep Kmart open, selling them food on the cuff. And of course, it took, whenever Kmart went down, it took Fleming Foods down, and that guy also, he bought Sears with the money that he made from Kmart and tried to merge the two, and he successfully destroyed two very good companies and Lord knows how many people's lives. But anyway, that's a lot, 10, 12 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But what I called about was, you were talking about Fauci there. I didn't get to see all the interview, but it was on just a little bit this morning. It must have been a replay, but, Senator Rand Paul out of Kentucky, he won't give up on Fauci, and Fauci was some sort of a hearing, and Fauci was trying to say, well, Senator, you said this and that, and so then Rand Paul would read back to him, exactly what was said, and then Fauci would try to jump to something else, but the gist of it was, Rand Paul said, we've had all this time, and you have yet to find, speaking to Dr. Fauci, you have yet to come up with proof that this is a natural occurring illness.
Mm-hmm.
So whether it's gain or function or not, this had to be created somewhere. How long is it going to take you to find the animal this came from, or something to that effect? I'm paraphrasing to a certain extent. So I guess Rand Paul's not going to give up on him. Maybe they're both being doctors, little professional jealousy there. But when I heard you read that statement about Fauci, said, well, we're just going to leave it up to the people. It's like, well, that's kind of odd. You'd say that after 2 years of saying, you have to do this.
Yep.
You have to wear a mask, So, how much damage, besides the disease, how much damage have they caused to the American economy? And even, I would go so far to say, if Trump would have won the presidency, we wouldn't be looking at a war in Ukraine. And Nancy Pelosi, whenever she got all upset, and they were talking about Trump had talked to the individual at Ukraine and was wanting to investigate Biden and everything. And then somehow that became an impeachable offense, and I still haven't figured that one out, because we had a treaty with Ukraine. We had 2 or 3 treaties with Ukraine. One was to cooperate in any investigation. The other was to help them defend themselves against any enemies, not just Russia. And remember, Trump was the guy that started giving Ukraine I think he gave them some anti-tank missiles, tow missiles. I'm not sure, but I know he started giving them weaponry. Where whenever Russia took Crimea, that I believe they gave Biden and Obama. I think they sent them humanitarian assistance, which that really wasn't what they needed. But I mean, it's just the damage that stemmed from COVID. And I mean, the way that the 2020 election occurred with the mail-in ballots, Canada also had a mail-in ballot thing, and the mail-in ballots always up there, they get counted first. Maybe some of the Canadian listeners can kind of come up on it a little bit better. But from what I've watched from the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, when they use mail-in ballots, they have to be verified, and they're counted first, and then you go to the in-person voting. It's not the other way around. And I think Florida,
and actually, that's the way. That's the way it should be, right? I mean, why do we have this method of, those mail-in ballots are there for the most part. Yeah, there may be some that arrive on Election Day, or those that are still countable if they were postmarked on Election Day. But why do they allow hundreds of thousands, if not millions, as the case was in 2020, to stack up in certain states and not count them till after the Election Day votes are counted? It's pretty convenient way to stack the table to know how many votes have to be come up with for a certain candidate to overcome the deficit that was cast on Election Day, right? You count those absentees first and you know what's going on. But I digress. Quick timeout, news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The mayor of Mariupol says more than 10,000 residents have been killed, and it's possible that the death toll is more than 20,000. Vadim Boyzhenko, talking to the Associated Press, says his hard-hit Ukrainian port city has bodies, quote, carpeted through the streets. Mariupol has suffered some of the most brutal attacks in the Russian invasion that began in late February. Boyzhenko alleges that Russians brought mobile cremation equipment. All signs now pointing to the Kremlin planning an offensive in eastern Ukraine, but there are signs of resistance.
British intelligence is reporting Monday Ukrainian troops have pushed back several Russian assaults in the country's east, the focus of a new offensive by Russian invaders and their new commander nicknamed the Butcher of Syria. President Zelensky said this week will be crucial to the course of the war. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3 and you'll also get free shipping. The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs.
Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back. Hey, there's actually some racing action on the slate this weekend in Bristol, where NASCAR hits the dirt, which I can dig that. I love dirt track racing. I mean, that's the roots of it all, right? And not according to Kyle Busch. Love it or hate it, Kyle Busch is no stranger to telling you how he feels. And I guess going back to this past weekend's race at Martinsville, he was asked about next week's or this upcoming weekend's dirt race in Bristol, the only dirt race for the Cup Series. With the new next-gen cars and the number of drivers still trying to iron out all the kinks and get the hang of it, you have to imagine the Food City dirt race is going to be a wild one, right? So when we ask if it doesn't go well, should NASCAR get rid of the dirt race? Kyle says, absolutely. Cut the cord, as Richard Petty said. Dirt takes our sport backwards. Do what? He said, it's a mess. Our cars, our tracks, it's just not indicative of putting on a good dirt show. I've seen good dirt shows. And finally, in quintessential I don't give a crap Kyle Busch fashion, when asked about getting Joe Gibbs Racing's 200th win, he said, it wasn't a big deal. I would be special. I would mean a lot, but it's not a big deal. I got the most of them. Oh, boy, right? Kyle Busch. Like I said, love him or hate him, but they will be on the dirt. And that's the idea, that you get out of that routine of just going around and round, follow the leader, get sideways, actually do some real racing. That's what happens on the dirt. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Vic. Let me get back to you and let you finish up.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for holding me over there. Before I finish up there, don't they have to carry dirt in there to that track up there in Bristol?
Yes, yes.
That's what I saw. It's not like, you've been to the what I want to say, the weekend dirt tracks. There used to be several of them around, and they have to have a certain type of clay. I don't know. I just wonder how that dirt would act if it was on, had an asphalt base. So, and I can understand them with their $high cars, not wanting to get on there and get them all dirty. But I, whatever publicity stunt or whatever. But anyway, no. What I was talking about was the deal with Senator Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci. They've been going back and forth forever, and that we still do not know where this COVID-19 came from. And I mean, they have to have some idea because they have the whole genetic sequence on it and everything else. And why they just don't come out and say it was manufactured. And we have, labs all around the world. I know, again, going back to Ukraine, they were talking about the labs that we have there. I mean, that's part of the worldwide thing, the World Health Organization, that they track all these diseases. So how is it that we have this whole World Health Organization and nobody can definitively say that this came from this particular animal? I mean, obviously, if they can't say that, it's manufactured. So they need to move on. And Fauci keeps trying to
just admit
it wasn't manufactured.
Just admit, yes, it was bio-research.
Right. And but another thing, too, you were talking about the inflation and all that. We got our house insurance bill today, and they said they had to raise it 10% because of inflation. And I imagine the inflation is going to be even more next year and until the economy collapses. And the big thing is when they're talking about Russia and all these sanctions, there's two things you have to remember about that. The humanitarian assistance is not affected by sanctions. And secondly, on the other commercial contracts, most of them have a clause in there about they can institute the same thing would be a force majeure, which cancels the contract in the event of war, natural disasters, acts of God, and riots. And there's 2 or 3 other things in there. And Russia's coming up here you were talking about the ruble. They're coming up here. They're going to have to pay a lot of debts around the world, and everybody's wondering if they're just going to default on them and say, hey, you sanctioned us and we can't raise the money, so therefore we're going to they have some sort of wiggle room in a clause or whatever. And whenever the money people start getting hurt, it's like an old-time guy that told me a long time ago, he says things will go as far as they can go one way until the big money gets hurt, and then they'll go the other way. So, exactly what will happen in Ukraine, who knows, or when it will happen. But one of the things that we did in this country, or the agricultural secretary did here about 2 or 3 weeks ago, because of all the wheat and the famines that are going on around the world, people wanted to go into our conservation reserve program and let people grow food crops on that land. And he said, no, we're not going to do that because that would disturb fragile agricultural land. Well, some of it is highly erodible, but a lot of it isn't because it's owned by a lot of absentee landowners. And we're talking about type 1 and type 2 farmland. And they enrolled in a 10-year program, and the government pays them just not to do anything with it, essentially. So there's a lot of land out there that could be tilled and could grow crops, but the thing of it is, you only have about 60 days to make up your mind. And 60 days from now, if they say, oh, we should have grown the wheat, well, maybe you should, or the corn or the soybean. Well, maybe you should, but Mother Nature says you can't now anyway. So I don't know where this whole Biden administration is coming from, but they certainly don't look very far down the road. That's just like whenever all this stuff happened with Russia with their so-called exercises. We could have moved some heavy defensive stuff and helped them harden their borders, and we probably wouldn't even be in this war right now, unless Joe Biden wanted it to cover stuff up and to, there were a lot of defense contractors when he pulled out of Afghanistan that had sold weaponry to the United States for that war. And I don't know what they were going to do. I didn't know if they were going to get hung out to dry or not. But all I can say is, I remember a while back, Lone Ranger was talking about he got out of all the stock because he didn't know how bad Biden would mess things up. I certainly didn't think any one person could mess up that much that quick, but they've proven that. I don't know. It just, I don't care where you look. I mean, It's just beyond belief, and I'll just let it go at that, Steve.
All right, Vic. Hey, thank you for chiming in. Good to hear from you about 15 before the hour. And hey there, Horse Feathers.
Well, before we forget, we got to do a keyword.
It is.
Right?
We're headed down the home stretch here, aren't we? You're right.
Yeah, we are.
Boy, before we forget, thanks for the reminder, because I was going to forget. You dumbass of the week nominee. All right, here you go. Time for your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. This hour's keyword is beach, like some beach somewhere. Remember that song? Some beach. B-E-A-C-H, beach. Go to tncradio.live, enter that keyword. There's your registry. And, of course, 2 more opportunities coming your way today with the morning grind between 9 and 11 a.m. And, again, during the evening surge between 5 and 7 p.m., all those hours Eastern time. But this hour's keyword is beach. Thank you, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, careful how you say that. Somebody would think you'd be talking about a female dog there or something.
Some beach somewhere.
Yeah, some beach, yeah. Oh, be careful. This is a family show. So anyways, I've been thinking about this Philadelphia mask deal. You know, we got this whole thing going on, and the question arises like it did the last time. If the mask is so important, if it's so important that the things are so bad that you need the mask, how come they aren't going to start wearing it until the 18th of April?
Yeah.
Today's what, the 12th?
Yeah.
What, do they have a crystal ball? Is it going to be that bad in 6 days that they know that the 18th is going to be this drop dead date that they have to have everybody wear masks in?
And plus the fact, all the research that has now been done, the pros and the cons. Do masks really make a difference? Do they protect from spreading? Do they protect from contracting? And the answer has been no. No.
Yeah. And I want to know how many people were injured or killed or anything because of all the fights that come up from masks. You know, people that don't want to wear masks, and people say, well, a bandana's good, and somebody else says a bandana's bad, and they get in an argument, and then they get in a fist fight, and you know, are they going to, because of what alcohol does and causing that type of problem, are they going to go back to closing all the bars down? What's going to happen to those establishments now?
Yep.
Yeah, it's coming, Your Honor. It's all coming. You just watch. But anyways, I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense or not. But it's crazy that they can say it's so bad that they need masks, you know, on the 18th. But you know, if it's that bad, then maybe they ought to just start right now. Maybe they ought to start with one on themselves and then tie it good and tight there, and use one that's like all like vinyl or something, and go over the nose and mouth real good and tie it real good and tight and hold it there for about, I don't know, half an hour or so. Would that work? I don't know.
Works for
Anyways.
me. All right. Well, Horse Feathers, thank you very much. Appreciate you checking in here. And Casey on the line. Let me see here. Come on, computer. Casey, morning.
Hi, Steve. Good morning. You know, Biden had his little press conference and announcement about the stuff they're doing for gun controls. And, you know, there may be some things out of that make sense to try to stop these ghost guns from going. But yet he claims he's solving a problem by doing all this. But yet we let people out of jail with no bail, and then they go commit more crimes. Don't you think he could probably save more lives by keeping these people locked up?
That's what the NRA statement was kind of saying. So honestly, I don't know a whole hell of a lot about ghost guns. I guess you can order various pieces, from a kit or whatever to make your own gun, but I'd like to see how many, quote, ghost guns are actually used in committing the crimes, how many ghost guns are used in the shootings in Chicago. I venture it's a very, very small percentage. You don't have to get a ghost gun to commit your crimes. I mean, these thugs in Chicago, they've
actually got total distraction. Is all this is.
Right. Yep.
Whereas the real things they could do to stop crime, the Democrats won't address them because, frankly, that affects their group of people that support them. So they won't clamp down on that because letting these folks out of jail and letting felons vote for them, that's what the Democrats do. And if I was a school teacher or a union member, I would revoke my membership, stop any financial support of the Democrat Party until they start to fix some of these problems with crime and the behavior of people. And it's just like get back to where we got families that raise children correctly instead of putting these kids in school and they're just not learning these family values. And if they don't learn that at a young age to avoid violence, love your family, love your neighbors, I don't know how we fix them later on in life. So you can't create that problem because you may never fix it.
Sure. One of the two shooters there in Sacramento, about a week and a half ago, someone that was in jail for a 10-year sentence who was let out, just a couple months ago after I believe it was 3 or 4 years in. Oh, he's learned his lesson. So, he was let out of prison. Boom. How many people lost their lives? 6 dead?
And the attorneys that work for the government that go along with letting these people out, they need to be held accountable and removed from office. And frankly, some of these judges, the rulings they make, those judges need to be held accountable for the crimes that the people they release from jail commit. Because they're, all these people, government employees, they are not doing their job.
Soft on crime, right? Soft on the criminals. Casey, I thank you so much for the call. You have a great morning. And we'll get our final timeout, come back and wind things down. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
right, about 5 before the hour, headed down the home stretch here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start again. Keyword for this final hour on a Tuesday morning, beach. Head out to the beach. I'd rather be on a beach right about now. Gilligan, what's happening?
Oh, not much, Steve. Just wrapped up 81, eating Reese Cups.
Eating Reese Cups.
Not a normal thing.
Yeah.
I want to touch on two things, really. Horse feathers last night. I heard him say about how that one driver was going through that accident scene up there in Pennsylvania there the other week.
Mm-hmm.
That was so many cars. Said that four-wheel driver coming through in there, flying through there, driving like crazy. That's unfortunately some people think they got four-wheel drive, they can go through anything, but what they don't realize, yes, you might be able to go through it, but stopping is a whole different ballgame. I'm sure you've experienced that yourself, Matt.
Right.
I do not understand why people think they're invincible when they're in a four-wheel drive. You was bringing up the ghost guns there. That's actually nothing new. I remember I went to fly to the police department there in Winchester, Virginia years ago. They had a display there of different guns that they had confiscated and used in robberies and stuff. There was the criminal will make a gun out of a piece of plate and stuff. Just that you take pieces, you make guns. It's
right.
Nothing new. A criminal will figure out a way to get their hands on it. I actually used to know a man that actually used to take old gun parts and piece together old Winchester 94s and 73s, some of the old Winchester rifles from ports he had, which that was for a historical thing. There was no serial number there, or if it was mismatched or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a couple that didn't have a serial number. I think one was they changed where they put it or whatever. But it can be pieced. You can piece parts together to get a gun. I would say it'd be a little harder to do with a handgun, but you can now. Well, that's about all I got for now, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call.
All righty, and we're up against the clock anyway, so we wrap things up here again. TNCRadio.live coming up right after we close things out here this morning. Sticking around for live programming, Tom Kelly joins you. Rest of the team will be joining throughout the morning. Keeping up to speed with the weather situation, with the severe weather outbreak getting underway. Of course, highlighting blizzard conditions there in the north central states. Sounds like if things pan out as the forecasters tell us, and when we come back, even at the midnight hour tonight, could have a lot to cover as far as severe weather and potentially even ongoing tornado threats in parts of the country. Hope to see you then. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.